Everything's on time. Everything's fine. No problems here. All right, let's see. That's all done. That's all good. Oh my god, what a day. What a day. What a freaking day. Sorry. There's so many things that I got going on. And I do apologize. Yeah. We are definitely a little behind today. I was just looking through these legal documents. It appears that Daybreak has responded to... Daybreak has responded to... What's going on? Hey. Mark Hubler, Cavalry, Groundskeeper Joe, Madam of Death, Raina. Oh boy. What was I? Oh yes, I need to get her a summoning tomb. A summoning tomb. There we go. All right. Need to get Cream a summoning tomb real quick. I wanted to do all this before. I got to tell you guys, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. Crazy things be happening. We getting some wheels turning, and we're getting some things moving in the right direction. So hopefully the future will be significantly less jank. But right now, lots of jank. Get the jank. So much jank. Let's see here. Cream, that goes to you. There we go. We got the important stuff over there, and that's all that matters. We'll be able to play the character pretty god dang efficiently now. Okay, we'll log her in. So yes, there has been. I'm at the point where I just want this to be done one way or another, hopefully for the best. Just tired of this garbage. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, samesies. What's going on, medic? How are you, baby? I was just reading through these documents and their rebuttals and their responses, and interesting. It's very interesting. I got to tell you, I had a whole plan for a video about this stuff beforehand. And, ooh, really interesting. They cut the other guy out. Oh, they're smart. Their attorney, Janda, they cut Janda's PI points out, which is really interesting. I'm going to stop reading that now and not venture any more opinions. Okay, yeah, here we go. We're going to do this today. A couple things that we're going to do. Okay, is first things first, we're going to Journeyman's boots. Ooh. I don't know who that was. All right, let's see. We can wait. Don't we have a pouch somewhere, right? Yeah, okay. We have this. And all we really need to do is put this in here. Right. Very important item. Gonna do crazy stuff. We have this. We don't need these on our person. We will put this there. Yes. Never show again. We have J boots now, which makes our feet move quick. I'm not really super worried about the money right now. We can put these in here too. I'm leveling this build right now. Had it for a while, but got a touch of twink burnout, so stopped. Did some solo self-found stuff. Hell yeah, dude. Listen, I think that's good. You know, if you're getting burnt out, you should absolutely like take the time. You know what I mean? Like, don't force yourself to play by any stretch. I'm really excited about this build. I am. Ooh, actually, we have enough money. We do have enough money to buy things and move things along. So, because we can actually sell these. I don't know if you guys knew this stuff, but you can actually sell this stuff that the NPC gives you. I don't think it's like these items are worth so much that it's like worth like repeatedly spawning characters or anything like that. But that's money. Stopped at 30 and lower Gook and was like, more Gook time. No thanks, lol. Grandmaster. Yeah, I have a Grandmaster bag as well. Yep. What's going on, Waldstein? How are you doing, baby? Let's see. With that stuff, we can buy some ranger spells. We can buy some rangers. Some rangers, people. We can buy the ranger spells. Actually, you know, I'm jumping right into it, but I do want to talk about a couple of different things that we're working on. I want to talk about a couple, just a few wee things we're working on there, latties. Just a few wee things. I don't really care about most of this stuff. I do need the pet though, the Beast Lord pet, right? Pretending to work. Oh, my bad. Definitely not Waldstein. Not talking to Waldstein at all. I'm talking to someone else. Let's see here. Oh, I apologize. I need to drink more of this crap. I should not be drinking these, but we're like pedal to the floor right now. Which pet is it? Spirit of Sherrick, right? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Bye. It's the only spell I'm worried about. Ooh, peace candy. I've spent the past 3 days. I have enough for 50 plus Signet combines. Just need sacred water. Say no more. Say no more. I'm going to go ahead and need about 10 of those ghoulish. So, wait, what? Sacred water, right? Is sacred water a combine? Water flask for 100 plat. Flask of pure water. Nope. They're just all bought out. Really? It's like that. Which one's sacred water? Is that the one off the dudes in Valor? It's a drop off the dudes in Valor. Okay, great. Awesome. Good to know. Nope. A drop. Yeah. Okay. Well, boys and girls, let me put my healing spell up here. Great. I think we're ready to go. I also think that... Ooh, wait. Do we have auto skill list? What do we got? We got bash, we got kick. Okay, auto skill kick on. There we go. And, oh, yes. Yeah, we also have some class AAs too, don't we? We have this one. Bite of the Asp. Bite of the Asp. We have Auspex of the Hunter. That's like a little cooldown there. Little baby cooldown. Little chameleon strike. Allows you to blend the surrounding, reduce anger. We don't care about that necessarily. Yup. And trap. That's actually not a bad one. That could be number 4. Flaming arrow. Oh, I forgot we have 7 freaking AA too. Jesus Christ. Oh my. I plan to farm some shit up and get Voight to make me another 4. Yeah, I need to do the same thing. I need to farm something. Does anybody have a time machine? Anyone, please. If you have a time machine, I really desperately need a time machine. Can you hook it up? Can you hook a brother up? Buy pizza, and then, yeah, bro, I'm gonna buy him a lot more than pizza. I'm gonna buy him fucking, I don't even know. We gonna do some dirty stuff. All right, let's see how this works here. I think I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm really genuinely curious. I do have 9,000 health. So maybe. The damage is really low initially. Yeah, it might be too low. I might have to... Oh, that was a big hit. Okay. I see you. I could have been a little bit better. It could have been a little bit better, admittedly. I mean, 35 damage is not schleppy, though. See, we're going to get 3 this time, I think. Right? 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4. No, 3. Okay. Nothing like, you know, level 1 doing a little mist more, you know? I have a time machine, but I swore to never use it again after the whole... Oh, Jesus, Caffrey. So many things. So many things that we're working on right now. So, I apologize, my head's spinning a little bit. Like, I just got done reading a bunch of freaking legal documents, and, absolutely wild. I am hosting the Q&A. However, I want to, what's the word that I would like? I want to like tailor people's expectations, I guess, a little bit. So I don't know how many of you guys know, but there was a response to their claims. It was kind of a weird response, if I'm being honest. I don't know if they're trying to save money on lawyers, but sometimes they're like what they do does not make like you start to wonder like if I don't know. They made some choices, and I don't know if those choices were good ones. And I would think that if you have like a lawyer that maybe some of those choices would be like, I don't know. They would be 47. Like some of those choices would be like a lawyer would typically advise them against. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. You know, maybe they know something I don't. They probably do. Like, let's be honest. Either way, so I was reading those documents, which is like kind of jarred my brain around. You want to not pick on me tonight? Perfect. No. I don't like, let me be clear. Let me be entirely, guys, let's be very clear. Okay. We're not going to pick on Reyna, but not because she asked us not to pick on Reyna. We're not going to pick on Reyna because she's not feeling well. So we're going to respect the fact that she is currently in a weakened state. And you just don't, you know, that's not okay. You don't, you know, you don't kick somebody while they're down, you know? But if maybe in the future he's no longer down, then, you know, we can do this. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Yeah. What's up, Broken? Killed Zeb for the first time today. Woo! Solo Self found Shadow Knight Shaman Rogue today using the Mortal Coil strat you mentioned recently. It was nuts. I recorded it, and I'm going to add it to my YouTube series tomorrow. Hell yes, dude. Hell yes. Dude, that's freaking awesome. Dude, I'm so happy for you. I'm happy for all of these things. I'm happy because you were able to kill him. I'm happy because you were able to do these things. Because you're, like, you know, you got to utilize, like, some strats that you learned here. That makes me really proud and really happy. So, Hell yeah. I've never seen anyone pick on Reyna. Well, yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. It's all made up. It's all in her head. Oh, man. So we're gonna be doing a couple of things. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I have merch. And I don't really talk about the merch very often because I don't market myself very well. And so you may notice in the near future that we start talking about the merch. And we start talking about these cool things that we have that you guys can buy and check out and you can wear cool things. There's not many items in there, but I was actually thinking about expanding on the broken ones. And like making a whole merch line around the broken ones. And combining sort of the like chaos, the wisdom, and the community with charity. Like, we're freaking zany and wild and crazy and great and freaking but we've got lots of experience and we're crazy and we're zany because we gathered all of this experience and knowledge, losing our minds, and then mixed together and we came together and now we're something else. I heard saying... I'm sorry, what was that? Did you... Oh, we got bunnies. Okay, this is going to happen really fast now. We've got bunnies. Somebody spawned bunnies. Actually, I think we have XP pots too. I don't know if this helps. Is the Broken Ones Guild still running the server? What do you mean, running the server? What's going on, Box Score Watcher? How are you? Sir, I am perfectly normal. That sounds like something someone who was crazy would say. Yeah. Steve, we don't, she's not feeling well right now. We don't press the stuff. We're being nice. We're being nice. We're nice. Nice boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen. Dominating the server? I don't know if we're dominating the server. I don't know. I know there's a lot of us. There's a lot of people in the guild. Boop. A lot of people. And they're like out actually doing things, which is cool. But yeah. I wanted to get your thought on Cleric Warrior Monk. Is that a mix that could... Oh, dude. Bad Buns. That is actually one of the builds that I was thinking about doing for Solo Self-Found. Like, actually, like, as a standard build, I think that build has a lot of potential. I think it's really good. Cleric, for obvious reasons, you get Battle Frenzy, you get Divine Avatar, you get heals, you get remove Greater Curse, you get tons of hit point buffs, you get all the healing, fun stuff. Clerics also have access to one of the best timeless gear sets and elemental gear sets. Really, really great stuff. Beyond that, you also get the warrior's insane debuffs and things. The insane ability to like push limits and push things up into the air. And then beyond even that still, as soon as we get this pet, like we're only level 2 right now. Actually, you know, maybe we should just go to the Warrens and we can make this even faster. Go to the Warrens, we get to 15, come back here, then we like blitzing through this stuff. But the same coin still exists there, in that you gain all these warrior buffs, you gain all these warrior debuffs, and then you also get the monk, which is giving you 100 hands, so you're swinging faster. Oh, the cleric also gets the Hammer of Holy Vengeance, which is really good. And it's a one-hand blunt, which means you mix it with the warrior and the monk, and before you know it, you're doing all this big, crazy stuff. Playing that build as we speak. What combo is this? This is a Ranger Warrior Beast Lord, which I think I'm actually going to go to the Warrens really quick. I think the Warrens, we'll go to the Warrens, and then we'll come back here after we... Oh, I mean, the bunnies were actually killing kind of fast now. Maybe not. The second I'm like, oh, we're killing fast, all of a sudden we don't kill all that fast. And that's probably because I'm taking time to loot, which I probably don't even need to. Is this build on the BIS sheet? No, it is not. It is not on the build BIS. It will be, though. I'm definitely going to make a build guide for this once we get through it. If you do a guide for it, maybe have it focus on solo self-find help guide, since it's a perfect... So, Man, I don't know. We're going to have to look at that. I have to spend my time carefully now, and I have to take into consideration more stuff with my, like, making videos and stuff. Because I want to make more videos, but I can't make videos that are going to be invalidated. Like, the solo self-found stuff is great, but it appeals to a small subsect of people who are interested in playing that particular game mode, right? I think maybe what we'll do is maybe we'll incentivize. You know what? You're a genius. You're a genius, comma. You're a freaking genius. This is why we keep you around. This exact reason right here. You're a genius. Because what we could do is we could incentivize build guides through prosperity. Essentially allowing people, individuals, to donate to a cause and in response get a video. Jumper J, what's going on, baby? How you doing? Can't wait to get this character started. Really loving my Mage Beast Lord. Bard just doesn't take damage. Yeah, it sure doesn't. You ain't backstabbing for 390 with this build. No, Jeff, it's true. Maybe make a video on where some of the better gear comes from, not as much focus towards any certain builds. So we could definitely talk about some of that stuff. Again, you run into these really weird roadblocks where, like, I don't know, it's because it's like, if I'm taking my time, I'm not saying that I'm not going to make those videos first. I just want to make sure that that's known. But I do have to look at, like, the amount of time put into, like, producing that type of content. Because if I'm making a video, like, let me put this into perspective. If I make a video that essentially, like, produces, let's say it produces 10,000 views. A video that produces 10,000 views earns me about, I think it's like $7 or $8. So if I put 10 hours into making a video about that and get 10,000 views, I don't know if that's the best use of my time. I would be making less than $1 an hour that was invested. And I have to actually, as my time gets, like, right now, I got to tell you, I have meetings scheduled almost all next week. I'm, like, actually starting to, like, really, really grind into some things. And as that happens, I really have to start being careful about, like, what I am. Like, I have to be more time conscious. Like, right now I'm struggling. I mean, I can get those, I can get the 2 videos that I have. Actually, I have 7 total videos right now that literally are all on the exact same 2 steps. And once I can get to those and get those done and move from there to the next step, like, I can do that, but then basically I can't sleep. You know what I mean? I'll have to cancel a stream or something. Like, it just, I'm at a point now where, like, I'm so backed up with stuff and I have so many people, like, reaching out to me to do stuff that I don't know, I gotta figure it out. There's gotta be better time management. Thanks for your stream the other day. I started a Ranger Warrior Druid. Hell yeah, Trogador. Doing good. Annoyed I have appointments today and can't be here for the whole stream. Jumper J, it's cool, baby. Maybe more towards 40 to 60, because let's be honest, under 40 is not important because gear doesn't... Yeah, that's agreed. Need a laxative? Jesus Christ. Dude, I tell you, like, I'm really starting to feel the burn. I did not expect this to, like... you know, we've grown really quickly, and there's been a lot of like really wild stuff that's happened with the stream, and I do appreciate it. And I want to create a bunch of content that you guys find interesting and useful. It's just I have to be careful about how I'm using my time. I literally I can actually tell you guys. I can tell you. I've got a project I can tell you about. Guess who received a sponsorship deal with Grounded 2? No, wasn't me. It was actually somebody else. No, it was me. It was actually me. We're gonna be playing. We're gonna be playing a sponsored stream for Grounded 2. It's sponsored stream, sponsored YouTube video for Grounded 2. I'm just waiting on the rest of the stuff. I understand you advocating for causes, but making a profit is not evil. I want you to just keep it going. These vids get delayed until the fate of the server is a little more known, since they take so much work. I mean, yeah, here, let me, you guys want, I don't mind. There's no secret. Like, I'm not hiding, like, my intentions. So, I had thought about that, I had thought about not dropping videos until after the event. And honestly, that was kind of the premise that I was kind of going with up until about a week ago. Is that, you know what? I'm going to wait until we find out what the fate of the server is before I drop another video or drop new content. But I'm not going to lie. That feels kind of bad, and it feels kind of disingenuous. Because at the end of the day, I stand behind this server. I stand behind their success. I hope that they maintain operation and that they continue to allow to operate. But also, I do feel like you guys, the community, you guys have made not only an investment as far as like monetary, but your time investment and hanging out here and just like being social and chilling, and like I think to some extent, like, and these guides and stuff and building some of these things, I think that it helps people feel more normalized, more comfortable in what's going on, and like dealing with all the ongoing crap and all the drama and all the people who are releasing videos and making comments on videos and going on Reddit posts and being like, doom and gloom, everything's ending, we are all done with these things, it's terrible, oh god, the sky is falling, oh sweet Christ, it's all coming to an end. And so, you know, these people are coming out with all these, like, feelings and all these videos about these things, and I do think, to some extent, by me releasing build guides and dropping content like that, it makes people feel a little more comfortable, a little more normal. It provides a little more normalcy, and provides people with a little more, like, oh yeah, you know, maybe the world isn't ending. Maybe things aren't coming to a brief or a complete and total end. Maybe I do want to check out this server because I wanted to, but then I saw that lawsuit, and maybe it's gone in a week or whatever the case may be. And I want people to feel like, I want people to enjoy it, right? Because we're all here because we like EverQuest, and we like this game, and we like this server. And so that's kind of where I landed. Hopefully that makes sense. Team, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. So they didn't bring up the EOM as an issue until they realized the social warfare and welfare. But I don't want to speculate into any of that stuff. But yes, they definitely brought up EOM this time. And they definitely hammered that point. And what I will tell you is, if you pay attention to the totality of the suit, there are certain tactics that you would use in a legal setting in which may align or may not align with what's going on. You know? Basically, in the news today, if you will, you know, there was a rebuttal to the THJ statement, and it has revealed some things. some interesting things. They've definitely made some tactical decisions. But you have so much going on that you have to be smart about where you put your time. So I know you... Yeah, comma. Yeah, I get it. But it's so tough, man. It's so tough. It's like one of those things where you look at like what you're working on, you look at what you want to do, what feels normal, what feels right. I have like I said, I have the Grounded 2 campaign going on. I have been meeting with another game developer, and I've signed NDAs with them, so I can't actually talk about what we're doing or like what's really going on there yet. But I've signed an NDA with them, and I will be producing some content for another game. It's not an emulator. It's a completely it's its own thing. And that particular game and the money that we're putting into that, is that? Oh, for a second there, I thought that was Oxide. But that other game is it's millions of dollars in development. So pretty crazy and pretty exciting too. So that will be something that we have coming. I also am working on, I have a series that I'm actually making, and I didn't want to drop like a video and then wait to make the next video. So it's kind of weird the way I'm doing it is I have 5 videos for this series. And in the 5 videos, my first video is almost completely done. My second, third, fourth, and fifth video are half done. And then what I want to do is I want to almost finish the second video before I drop the first video. So then shortly after dropping the first video, I can drop the second video. I want to drop the second video when the third video is almost done. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but basically so that I can do it, I can drop it in like somewhat of a timely manner. And in addition to that, it's somewhat of a scheduled like process. It's like, ooh, you know, TVs, right? Like TV shows. TVs are like, oh, here we record the entire TV series ahead of time, and then we release it to you like 1 episode a week. Kind of that thought process is what I was thinking. Yeah, and this is coming from someone that that's almost done. That's almost done. The Paladin Enchanter Wizard guide is actually almost done. So we're level 6. Once we get level 8, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong, because I'm gonna pull that pet out, and that pet's going to have the Coral Hilted Talwar, and it's going to be all over. We'll be able to jack this whole zone. If the server makes it, I would like to see a THJ for Dummies series. So, Steve, that's actually, I have that. I have all the notes and everything. I have the, that was like going to be a series as well. Believe it or not, I had a whole plan for actually several series, and they were going to be shorter videos, like little 5-minute videos, and even as little as 1-minute videos that basically go over some really simple, like not really simple, actually. That's not really. So it's more like to identify the THJ jank, like the stuff that just doesn't make a lot of sense if you play like live at request or you play like a normal server or something. Like it's something that's unique to THJ and the systems that are on THJ, right? I'm doing this, but with Bard instead of Beast. Pretty underwhelmed. Maybe I just suck. Milo, are you... I mean, we don't have the warrior stuff yet. I don't know how far along you made it, but like the warrior aspect of this build is going to be bonkers. And that's going to take, you know, getting to a certain aspect of... going to take getting to a certain aspect of the build itself. Come on. Ooh. Come on, die. There we go. Whoa, Death Star up in here with the 69 biddies. Ooh, hey Death Star, how you doing, baby? Come to the open world. I have something to help speed things up. Oh, Drawn Rex, you don't worry, baby. We're gonna be very fast as soon as we get this. I should have gone to the Warrens and just done it that way. This is just happening slow because I'm doing look at this broken guy doing his broken things. Hey, Stoic, do you think Ranger or Druid would be best for BL Pally? I mean, either way, they vastly changed the way the build plays, whether you do a Ranger or a Druid, but you know, Druid is obviously a priest, and so you get the more priesty gameplay, whereas the Ranger is more of an offensive class, and you get that kind of offensive gameplay. Bard is weak at low level, but strong at 55 plus. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Once you get the runes and stuff for Bard, it really opens up, as well as the overhaste is really big too. Yeah, this was, I should have gone somewhere else to level up to 8. I thought it was kind of a meme, like it was kind of jokey, funny that we were able to go to Mistmore at level 1. We probably could have gone much higher into a much more difficult area. Not to derail you, listen, I have ADHD, it all derails me. Every single comment is like its own little unique derailing. Wait. I don't think I just said what I meant. Hey Stoic, not to derail you, but any suggestion how I can get my Shadow Knight Bard Beast across to the finish line? I've beaten everyone except Zeb, but just can't crank the DPS for him. Any thoughts? Squirrel? Yeah, exactly. Is it better to be railed or derailed? Does the table height matter? Table height, bed height, stool, sink, you know, many things that railings can be a part of. This is getting worse. Let's see. Shadow Knight Bard Beast. Okay, Shadow Knight Bard Beast. Getting, giving, participating. How's that? I don't know. Where is it going? Let's see. So, what are you using for weapons, Gradix? I think for that build, I would utilize Cudgel and Ethereal Destroyer, maybe? And Strife. Interesting. So you're using a shield. Interesting. I would not use a shield, if I'm being honest. I would not be using a shield. You don't have shield spec in that build. You don't have, and you have you have 3 classes that all want procs, that all want like as many auto attacks downrange as possible. So I honestly would be running, I'd be dual wielding. Yeah. What level is that character at the moment, and is it... This is solo self-funded, comma. And we're level 7. We're going to get to level 8 here in a second. I'd use Venomous and Edge of Eternity for Percussion mod. Edge of Eternity is certainly an option, yeah. What's the proc on Edge of Eternity? Is it 500? Oh, wait. I think I have one, don't I? I do. Oh, 150. Bleh. 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 It could be a lot worse. Is it really self-funded? I seem to remember handouts happening. I mean, it is not solo self-funded. Hi. I can. My wife needs me to turn my camera off because dogs need food and they're in my office. Apparently, at some point, my office became the private feeding grounds for 2 of the dogs. And they're both messy little eaters. Yeah, no worries. And wife doesn't want to be famous. I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with wife. Listen, it's wife, okay? Don't you worry. Yeah, Cat of Reese talking shit. You should definitely, you should hit them. Would you like to tell Cadavery where he can stick it? I mean, oh, okay. Hello, Broken's wife. Thank you for letting him come out and stream for us. He says you're welcome. I mean, you could theoretically talk into the mic, even. They can't see you when you talk into the mic. Boop, 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 boop. Are we level 8? No, we're almost level 8. Hey, brother, my wife always asks me if my webcam... Yeah. That's, you know, it's one of those things. My site is sound-based. Out of the basement. Just broken using his voice mod? Oh. Apparently you're not real wife. Hey, wait, though. Like, how do you make kids without wives or without, like, women? How does that happen? Can you... Yeah, how does laundry get done without a wife? How did dishes get done without... I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna get hit. That vacuum. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. Oh, Lord have mercy. I think I just got canceled on Twitter. Oh, Jesus. What was that comment Kelly Osbourne made when she was on The View? Where she's like, you want to deport everyone? Who's gonna wash your toilets? And they were like, no, don't say that. And she's like, no, really? Like, who's gonna wash your toilets if they all get deported? It's like, Kelly, shut up. My dishwasher broke, so I had to get a divorce and find a new one. Alright, this one is level 8 right here. Here's where the winning starts. Tell me you're a rich brat without saying you're a rich brat. Yeah, exactly. Dude, she's still, like, completely out of touch. Actually, they kind of all are. They were just talking about, like, Ozempic and stuff like that recently on an interview. And, like, the shit that came out of their mouth is just like, you people do not live in the same planet I live in. Alright, cool. Now, we do this. We learn the spell. We put the book on. We put the pet up. I think this is gonna work. Right? Isn't this the way this works? It's pretty wild. Where's your pet bag? It's in the bank. Oh, look at it. Look at it right there. Oh my god, so good. It's fucking so good. Alright. Ready? Now we're gonna put the bow back on. And we're gonna put taunt on. Because I think with taunt on we can just, like, right? We can just do this. Oh no, there we go. We're off like a herd of dirty buttholes. Type pet assist on. But he has taunt. I don't even need to worry about him attacking what I'm attacking. I suppose I mean, pet assist on. Yeah, see, here it comes. Here comes the XPs. Here they come. So now you're essentially playing a WoW Hunter. Yeah, kind of. Except my pet is cool. He's a little robo genius. I'm still on channel points for Wife Smackdown. Broken has been deleted. Imagine the lawsuit from Ozempic side effect in 10 years. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're, like, can it be a lawsuit? Can we, like, all right, let's have a real talk. If we're gonna have big boy talks this morning, let's have a real talk. What in the name of Jesus? Can we really blame the company when, like, the people are like, hey, this thing, you know, it's so good. Because it's gotten to a really weird place with that stuff, where, like, I guess people, like, they're trying to get it authorized for, like, treating cancer and alcoholism and fucking, like, skin rashes and all these other things. And they're like, you know, the people are, like, running around everywhere like, oh, yeah, definitely, That was a coral-hilted Tulwarp rock. Oh man. But it's like one of the reasons that they're trying to get it approved for that is because insurance companies are refusing to pay for it because the price is so jacked. And so people are trying to get it approved for things that it's not technically doesn't do anything for. And so they do that, like they get it approved for all these things that it doesn't do. And then you can bill your insurance for it because if you're taking it for, you know, back rubs or whatever, it's one of they did the same thing for marijuana back before, like it was actually like deregulated in a lot of states or decriminalized in a lot of states. Same thing, like same issue. That's funny how you just got a blank look and figured out what happened. Yeah, I like there's so many things that it's been attributed to. Like they're saying like some people are claiming that it like protects you against brain like there's just so many things now. It's just kind of wild. Oh, with the proc, yeah. Bleh, I'm late. Darksider, what's going on, baby? Stupid question. So you can have a pet bag in the bank and it's still equipped? Yeah, madam. You don't have to have a pet bag on your person. You can just put it in the bank and it does everything it needs to. Best loophole I got recently was for sleep apnea. Really? Like Ozempic is for sleep apnea? That's what you got? Well, okay, all right. So is the thought behind that it makes you lose weight? My pet yeah. I can loot things. Oh my god. So like yeah, oh yeah. You can do the same thing with like lots of things. There's all kinds of items that behave that way. But like I wonder if it's because like obesity, right, causes sleep apnea to some extent, right? And if you reduce the obesity, and honestly, if I'm being like 100% here, I think if we're being 100% here, like sleep apnea is one of those things. Like, did you ever know anybody who went for like a sleep apnea test that didn't get told, yeah, you have sleep apnea? And not only do you have sleep apnea, but you need to buy this like $6,000 machine to solve your sleep apnea. You better get on it. Get over there and buy your sleep apnea machine. I'm sorry if I'm being shallow and pedantic. But it's one of those things. I freaking hate the pharmaceutical companies. I'm such a dick when it comes to that stuff. Like, it really bothers me. I think they take advantage of so many people. Let's see. Ooh, Gypsy Dancer. Ooh, Power of Wind. Somebody might need that at some point. My crap machine changed my life. Did it? Did it really? That's what I want to hear. I have that machine in my closet. Ooh, do you use it though? Like, did it actually make a difference? I know for some people it does make a difference, to be fair. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, there's a reason it's in the closet. I had a buddy who was actually not fat at all. Like, he was not overweight, not even a little bit, right? And he went for one of those sleep tests, and they were like, yeah, you need to buy this $13,000 machine immediately, and if you don't do it, you're gonna die early. And they literally just tried to scare him into buying the shit, and it was just kind of weird. And ever since then, I've kind of had this, like, weird opinion of how that stuff works. Because it's just weird. I've been involved in other, like, weird pharmaceutical things where the way that they interact with their market is very strange. The Tussin of 25, Driznar, Jesus. Whoa, I need that loophole. I have apnea and lost my Wegovy because my insurance stopped paying for it. Yeah, like, dude, there's so many people that like, they just, well, to be fair, America also charges, like, you pay insane prices for pharmaceuticals in America, so. I took a sleep test. I have a CPAP now. Interesting. Best part is they treat, not cure. They rejected me 10 years ago for not being apneic enough. Oh, God. There's a reason it's a closet. Wasn't sleeping much at night. Would fall asleep at work, driving, etc. I would fall asleep on the toilet, stuff like that. My girlfriend went for a sleep test and didn't get put on it. So I'm sure there are bad actors out there that want... Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good info. That's legitimately good info. Did you give the Beast Pet a Shadow Knight Pop Timeless Breastplate? No, I haven't given him any gear beyond the, he literally just has the Tulwar. And we're 17 so far. So we're railing right away. We're moving. We're even Steven. Dude, I'm not sure. I want to tell you guys, I don't know if Kata and Aporia are aware of this bug. I don't think I've actually seen it be talked about in the test section, the pet thing. I know this has been going on for a while. I just don't know if they're aware, like, specifically. Not the guys that are actually fixing the bugs, because I'm sure they're aware of it. I'm just not sure if Kata and Aporia are aware of this bug. You're fairly sure Aporia knows? It was mentioned a long, long time ago in a Q&A. I know it was mentioned, but listen, all right. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret, okay? I love Kata and Aporia so much. These guys are so busy. They don't actually get to play the game as much as maybe you or I or tons of other people do. And so they miss out on a lot of the little nuances and the interactions that various different classes have. They don't get to see them. It was in a VV Q&A. Oh. I want to tell... You know what? Screw it. We're sailing this one. Is that the one... Is that because it involved pets? Is that why that one... Did the sound not get recorded in that one? I'm sorry. I had to. I had to do it. That would make a lot of sense, though. Because the pet boy, VV... I thought it was a quality of life feature? Really? I don't think it's a quality of life feature. It invalidates an awful lot of things if you have a pet. You have to have one of these. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I have. Cat City wants people to look into reworking the way pets are scaled with the focus so things are not a problem when modes come in, so there may be fixed modes waiting to go in. That's true. Well, maybe. Tried everything to be able to sleep. If you can't sleep, your airways open to sleep, you develop congestive heart failure. Most insurance pays for machine, even Medicaid, so better be safe than sorry. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure, Death Star. You bring up some good points. You have to have one of these. Wait. It stacks with your Ranger procs and goes off like... Is this level 1? Does this go off at level 1? Oh! Symbol of the Plane Masters does go off at level 1. Hang on. I definitely have more of those. I'll pass that over there. Zakatl. Ooh, Lasna. Charoon. Especially a Petrio and focus at low level. You can do crazy high level stuff. Damn, look at all this. Look at all this weird. There's so much dead in this hallway. I just want to loot. I just want to see if she dropped an earring. She dropped an earring. All right. Eyed corpse looted. Did she drop a damn earring? That's all I want to see. That's all I care about. There it is. She dropped a platinum skull ring. Boo! Oh, wait. What is this? Reanimation efficiency. Oh, yeah. I know what it does. I just didn't realize it worked at level 1. I don't twink things. What pet bug? Do you see that my pet is red right now? Do you see what level my pet is? Oh, now you understand. Yeah. Yeah. Do you type slash pet space health? You're welcome. Isn't it just like the mage epic though? Yeah, but that's supposed to be the benefit of the mage epic. And also the mage epic is like you know, a very expensive item. Ooh, Princess Charista. Ooh, hot stuff. What's up, baby? What's up, baby girl? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not just supposed to be like, hey, because the mages have this thing, like, everybody else gets all these, like, super high level things. You can also just click empty spot on pet bar and then select health. Whee! Good God, we're gonna have a lot of spells to buy. Level 21. See where it says no? Yeah. Like you can set these up. Is there a health one? Oh yeah, there's a health one. Boop. There you go. Yeah. That was their replacement to the pet stats command. They put that in a while ago. I think Void actually made a video, although he didn't. It was a really weird video. He literally was like, "Guys, they changed all the pet commands," and then he just showed the Discord. Love to do MM at low levels. Yeah, it's a fun zone. Can get to 30-ish easy. Yeah. Yep, you get to 30, and then you go to... There's, like, some other zones that you can go to as well. I don't know what we're gonna do, like... I feel like there's some other zones that we can go to where there's more merbs. More merbs. Ooh, Shadowy Scrivener. She's a Scrivener. Dark Sacrificer. Yeah, the bug is with... So, I think I can tell you why it happens if you guys are curious. Do you guys actually want to know the science? Not everyone, just Necromage Beast gets the benefit of Symbol of Ancient Summons. Yeah. The other ones get the benefit. They just don't get the broken scaling. So, here's what happens, okay? So, for those of you who don't know, when you use a pet focus item, it doesn't actually add power to a current pet. What it actually does is it tells it to summon a pet from a different pool of pets. So, like, imagine there's like 3 different files on your computer, right? And this file tells it to pull from the Essence of Nature. This file tells it to pull from the Prismatic Scale of Summoning. This one tells it to take from the Ancient Tomb. All right. Okay, so you got these 3. Inside this file, there are pet files for each one of the pets that could be summoned with that specific pet power. Inside the prismatic scale, the same thing. There's like a whole different set of pets that can be summoned with that. Then in the other one, there's a whole different set of pets. And what I bet you happened is when they went into the tomb, they probably like went in there, and when they changed the code, there's a way that, like, I've watched somebody accidentally do this, and this is the only reason that I think that this is what happened. When they go in to change that code, you could theoretically grab the variable and like apply all those variables in there, causing it to summon all pets as long as that item is used to 60. Right? Does that make sense? It's pretty busted. It's pretty crazy. But yeah. I found a vid from like 10 days ago about going to Plane of Innovation for AAs at 45. Do you think this is a bug? It is unintended, and it's pretty shitty. You're talking about the video about AFK farming in the Plane of Innovation? On, you know, this really terrible, awful, god terrible pay-to-win server? If you can't tell, I'm not a fan of that person's content. I am not a huge fan. I think that some of the things that person puts out are not helpful, and in fact are very, very hurtful. Hold on, I'm grabbing a symbol right now. Level 8 beast, level 1 neck, level 2 mage. Those pets are, and those pets only get uber beast. Mage epic is still bis, but either of those pets are OP with symbol focus. I'm level 30, and my pet is blue to me. Yeah, you have to use, so what you have to do is you have to use the first pet. Yeah, summon the very first pet you get as that class. 1 second. Ooh, god damn, that is some sexy ass armor right there. Good sword too. This dude, his Mog is like on freaking point. Okay, and then we'll send this to Cream. Sorry, I'm sending her a, Symbol of the Plains Master. Camp. Okay, and then we'll go over meow, and then we'll go meow. Did not realize it was an AFK, but he didn't. So he is very careful about walking around the fact. Like, he outlines that, you know, you shouldn't AFK because if you AFK, you may be putting your accounts, you know, you may be putting your accounts like you may be basically accepting liability for things. He's very like careful about walking around it, but basically what he's outlining is that the guy who talks about Mr. Pay to Win server is basically scamming the market. He's not scamming the market, but what he's doing is he's buying items low off the bazaar, and he is then leaving a character AFK in Plane of Innovation while he uses a VPN to do whatever else. And while his character's AFK in Plane of Innovation, he's like power leveling items up and then turning around using unattuners to sell those items for money. That's what's happening. That's exactly what that video is about. It's kind of dumb, but that's what's up. I did not realize it was AFK vid. Kind of skipped ahead to see where it was. Yeah. Like I said, he doesn't outline. He doesn't say like it's AFK, but he literally tells you exactly how to aggro the spiders without actually like having to do anything. And you want to tell me that that's not an AFK video? Like he spells it out, like right to the T. Like this is you stand right here, okay, on this on this block, and you do this thing, and you do this thing, and then they just come in and attack you 100% of the time. You can just do this as long as you want. Like, stop. That's like, if you like, I love you guys. I believe in like releasing gate kept information, and I do feel like sharing things, but things like that are damaging to the server and aren't good to share. That is like tactics and things like that that are in the game are not, it's not healthy. It doesn't help people. There's like no, like, sure, it's a get rich quick fix, but it's honestly really bad. So I don't share that stuff. And this video is on YouTube. I don't like, listen, I don't want, it doesn't need to be like a shitting on somebody session. I don't want to do that. I just don't support that person and the things that they put out. He implies but doesn't all in all say it. He says tab down and watch his movie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Look at how duplication. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's one thing to say like I understand. And I'll tell you this, I will honestly, and I'll own my part in it, okay? If you cheat in a game and then you're upset that like you reach the apex of the content of a game, like if you cheat and then you're like, "Oh man, this game sucks cuz I got to the end too quick." Like, is it the game's fault or is it your fault? If you play in a mechanism like, so that person dropped a video a week prior to dropping that video on how to use Plane of Innovation for that mechanism. So that person did that, and then what they did a week prior to that was they dropped a video talking about how the server was pay to win, because you have to if you're interested in playing in here on the server, you simply must buy so many unattuners in order for you to like survive and play the game. Tell me that's not somehow connected. Weird. Those things, it typically will you'll kill an economy on a server by engaging and stuff like that. And when you kill an economy, it reduces the buy-in or the value of performing tasks in a game. And when you kill the value of performing tasks in a game, the game collapses and falls apart. And it sucks, but that's the reality. Also, we're level 25. I've never used an unatuner. I've used an unatuner one time, ever. And it was so I could make my one crimson, or my one prismatic scale of the elements. That's the only time I've ever used an unatuner. We're going to go somewhere else, because we're really high now. I just spent 100,000 in EOM and bought all the best gear. I wish you could farm more than 100 EOM worth of plat per hour to make it less pay to win. Yeah, that's kind of the Sal. That's kind of the context. Yeah, right. You can actually farm more than 100K an hour. By the way, you can farm 100K relatively easy. I remember playing D2 when it first came out, like 2 weeks, and my neighbor had some hack program he would use just to get all the best gear. It was never fun again after that, and something to do. Yeah, yeah. I got to disagree, Stoic. The economy on this game is a joke. Okay, tell me. Why do you believe it is a joke? I use an unatuner 2 times. One time to unattune a magic epic to palo over a new tune. The reality is there's tons of scuzzy people in real life. It's really easy to identify those people. In game, it takes identify those people. Yeah, so you are contesting my statement that an economy is important to a game, and that a lack of an economy is it basically, that there is no, I don't know what your argument is. That's why I'm asking for more information. You made a stay. I got to disagree, Stoic. The economy on this game is a joke. So what do you mean by that? Please tell us more. All right, we want to go somewhere. You know what? Let's go to, was that Otis? Dulac? Gunthak? Ooh, we could probably do, check Dulac Harbor. I wonder if we could go through Dulac and go to Gunthak and then pull all kinds of things in Gunthak. City of Mist. All right, let's see how fast I can kill this thing first. Oh. Ooh. This gives me an idea, too. Well, consistently... So you added another word to that changes the mechanic. Consistently is a different story. Love gear and characters, but it can get old. That's why I like to dabble in solo stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, comma. Go kill Nagy? I could probably kill Nagy pretty easily. I would prefer to have Fearless if I was going to do that, but... Oh, shit. I forgot. These little nerds run around. Okay. Or she's just immune. I worry about the econ going forward. I'm in the opinion that items should be gate kept. In my opinion, when God comes out, you should not be able to use God gear until level 65. I don't think they should be gate kept. And I actually don't think it'll be... I actually think the entry of Gates of Discord items will create a, like, it'll revitalize the economy, because right now the economy is obviously bad because we've been in this expansion for too long and there's too many people producing items, right? So the abundance of items in those zones and the amount of people who have been able to farm those zones for so long, because there hasn't been any new content, has created a lot of items. The amount of people who have been quitting reduces that amount. The fact that those items become attuned also reduces that amount. And to continue the game through types of progression or to add new items will thin or reduce the value of the current items and create new value on new items, because people will want the absolute best ones. I worry, go kill Nagy. That's the bugged one. Just send in pet and you might never get hit with Fearless, but never tried it, so might be wrong. I mean, my pet can probably just kill Nagy, right? Like, but I think the pet would get feared. Gates of Discord are basically side gear, time gear, except for the very late game stuff. Well, I can't speak to that. Yeah. Let's just say, if we ever see it, there's likely to be some interesting things that happen. There are plans, because don't forget, guys. Don't forget, we're not, like, let's say things go really well. It's not like Gates of Discord's coming out tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, if things go, there's like a bunch of things that exist in between now and then, right? Don't forget, there's supposed to be play modes, and there's also supposed to be Dungeon Finder, and then there's supposed to be Gates of Discord. And a lot of that stuff got moved around because, man, that is a really neat looking weapon. You know, because of the lawsuit and everything. So it's also incredibly quick to max everything. What I'm seeing is people who leave due to people entering endgame progression too quickly. Do you think that that's going to stop? Do you think that if you make that gear not reachable, that process is going to stop? Do you think that if you gatekeep gear, do you think that that's going to slow people, or do you think that that's going to just stop people from playing it day one? Or do you think that people would, because there's a lot of different, like, theories of what could happen there, right? So you could. Oh shit. That's less than ideal. Like it you could have people who just don't try at day one because I can't do my power twinking style of gameplay. At which point that would be the same thing like when oh shit. Yeah, he just died. Oh well. That would be the same thing as like if they kept the level requirements on gear, right? Like that you'd get the same effect. I typed a response, but it's way too long and will not allow me to post it. Henry, copy it. Well, if you'd like, copy it and either paste it in my Discord, or you can pop over to Twitch and you can pop it in there. I do know that YouTube like seriously limits the wall of text that you can produce. I'm more than happy. And you listen, I'm not saying I'm not the end all be all. I don't necessarily have all the answers. That's just I venture my opinion, and that's kind of where my opinion stands. And frankly, if you have a different opinion, or maybe you have points, and I've conceded points many times in the past, I think that it's important that we be willing to hear the other side of arguments and have those discussions so that we can build a strong opinion and hopefully update our opinions when we're wrong, because we can be wrong. We are humans. We are fallible. Temporarily, but also increases. It's also honestly why I'm glad they were intending to make solo stuff on hardcore modes. Yeah. Making time and Zeb an extremely quick clear because of power creep exasperates the issue. Making time and Zeb an extremely quick clear because of power creep exasperates the issue. Making time and Zeb extremely quick clears because of power creep. So you're saying because of what? Like what's the power creep that occurred that made it, or what have they done to specifically, well, I guess not specifically, right? Because they didn't intend to. You're saying that they created power, which has allowed people to I mean, there was the Ranger bug that started like a theme, unfortunately. And when that Ranger bug went through, there was like a lot of problems that came out of that. People got damage expectations, and that created a lot of bad air and a lot of bad... people were not happy at all about the way that played out. I'll retype it on Discord. All right, Henry, I appreciate that. I genuinely do. Like, I really respect that, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Dungeon Finder Hut. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it still stands. I think it does, but I know last time I looked into it, the hardcore was going to have its own economy, which I thought was kind of neat. I actually really like that. The only problem is when your hardcore character dies and brings a bunch of items over to the other, like the live economy, like that's kind of weird. I think that might even be abusable, but I was going to point that out like when we got closer to it, but we, obviously things happened. It would be a diminishing effect with current pop gear. You can trivialize 1 through 60 pretty easily. Yeah, of course you can. But with all the gear in the game, you can trivialize content very easily. You know what I mean? Like, even the stuff that you can get in Plane of Hate and Plane of Fear, if you just put that gear on at level 1, you're trivializing all of that content's like all the content for that expansion is pretty much crap. You know what I mean? So it becomes kind of a weird spot to like try to attack it from this like gatekeeping or like trying to block certain types of gear behind things. I think they mean introducing the quiescence, skipping time phase 1 through 2 makes getting to the gods faster and therefore faster farming, and more loot distribution creeping the total power. Yeah, that's true, but they didn't introduce those when it first came out. They introduced those after the fact. Pearl necklace. And I think that was kind of I don't think they'd ever admit it, but I do think like that feels a little intentional, a little bit. Wouldn't making Zeb and Quarm quicker and easier to kill via power creep should make those gear. Yeah, well, it would, and that's their argument is that there's not really an economy on the server. I believe this is their argument, and please correct me if I'm wrong. But I think the discussion is that if there's if not many people can kill Quarm, then there's not a lot of Earthen Bracers of Fortitude on the market. And if there's not a lot of Earthen Bracers of Fortitude on the market, then it has high value and thus creates a high economy. The problem becomes is that what we found when Kunark was content, and there was this fun little thing called a Demi-Lich Skullcap, and they gate kept the Demi-Lich Skullcap. There was a group of guys, I'm not going to say who it was, but there was a group of guys who literally cock-blocked the shit out of that quest. And what they did is they artificially maintained that item at an absurd value the entire time. And when Plane of Time was only being cleared, and when Zeb was only being cleared by a handful of players, what they wound up doing is they literally bought any item that wasn't their item that popped up on the bazaar. They bought it and they resold it so they could control the price. And they did that right up until they quit. And I know the group of people who were doing those things. And that's the problem with like that particular resolution, as far as like trying to create artificial mechanisms which control the market, usually have unintended consequences and cause horrible harm. But again, I digress. Like there may be factors that I don't see or understand that exist. So, just saying. Wouldn't make Zeb. I do like that you can twink tunes, etc. However, I think there's a point where tunes can be too twinked too quickly. I think it's a matter of what feels correct, I guess. Yeah. Well, there's a whole part to that too, which is that yes, you can twink a ton of tunes, right? But this server, like the idea and the concept of this server is that you make more than one character. It's not that you only play one character. The idea is that you make as many characters as you want, and you like basically build these characters as many times in as many ways as you possibly can. And so that mechanism that allows you to do that is that gear is easily accessible, leveling your AAs is easily accessible. Granted, leveling gear sucks PP, but, or in my opinion, I should say, sucks PP, but that's just, that's more of my opinion than it is like functionality or fact. Dude, it's super funny because when things are easy, people complain that it's not hard enough. And when things are hard, people complain that it's too easy. Like, you're never going to make everybody happy. I remember when Zeb was like not cleared by anybody for the first like 2 to 3 weeks on the server, and fucking people were furious. People were so upset. It was unbelievable. And like, that's okay. Like, it's okay to have those opinions. I mean, shit, I wasn't super excited about it. I did think that creating content that was only achievable by a small handful of people was probably a bad move. Again, that's my opinion, but that's because I play the way I do. Like, could I have a million Zeb weapons and like play a certain way? Absolutely. I just don't play that way. But I also don't care if people do play that way. If that's the way you want to do things. The only where I draw my line personally, like with the gameplay style, is where your gameplay hurts somebody else. That's the only thing I really like ticks me off. What's going on, Pragmatic? How you doing, baby? By the way, guys, we're streaming over on YouTube. We're also streaming over on Kick. So if you guys want to join over there, Kick specifically, just so you know, doesn't have ads. So something to think about. I know a lot of people have like, I know a lot of people have like opinions of Kick, but I'll tell you this. I watched a really good interview with their CEO recently, and I definitely encourage people to look into Kick and what they've got going on over there. Because I think we're at a place where we can actually say that Kick is less what do I want to say? Less under the table behavior happening with Kick than there is with Twitch right now. I could spend hours on Bazaar like a little girl in the mall. I love the point that I can feed my new level 1 Abyss item. It'll be max set in time 65. How about solo self lost? If you die, you delete a piece of gear. Dude, I want to. So I have enough gear, and I want to make a game, like play a game mode like that where you guys can actually decide like what happens. Not die either. Like other achievements. Like as I go through and do certain things, you guys can decide like what stays and what goes. Oh shit. My pet is actually getting fucked up. Too funny. Poor little guy. We need to give him a minute. I think he got backstabbed. Poor little dude. We're also doing kind of high content now too. 1 through 60 with a rusty weapon only. I mean, I think on THJ you could probably pull that off, depending on what your build was. But yeah. What is your opinion on buying ethereal metal sheets and reselling them? Well, the whole like reselling thing creates a weird dynamic too, right? Because that's the unfortunate part of there now being, and unfortunately this isn't a byproduct necessarily, or in my opinion, this is not a byproduct of the way the server setup is. This is a byproduct of the large delay in release of content. But also, I do think that this game could use more plat syncs. Just my opinion. Because there are things like Umbral Plains, because there are things like Plane of Growth, because there are things like Seb, Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear, places where you can earn in excess of 10 to 20,000 platinum a pull, like a run, is pretty wild. And so when you have those circumstances, when you have those things in place, you really need a way for that platinum to like go out of your economy. Otherwise it just builds up in somebody's pocket. And then as you're talking about with ethereal sheets and things like that, on the flip side of that, specifically with ethereal sheets, it's really not all that hard to just get your trade skill up high enough so you can craft those things on your own. In fact, specifically with ethereal sheets and the other, like the tempers and stuff like that, like you can get your skills up pretty damn quick. Too little people feel it's too far out, as in end level. I do like that you can swing tunes, what feels. I find it funny. The complaints about THJ expedites the solo and leveling experience. Hardcore EQ would be crazy hard. I guess the question is, how much do you want to trivialize? Well, no, it becomes you as a player decide how much you want to trivialize. If you want to, like, nobody tells you have to go to Bazaar and buy all the best gear. But if that's what you choose to do, then whose choice is that? Like, whose decision is that to do? The great part, or the wonderful part about THJ is that decision is up to you as far as how you want to play and how far you want to push things. Believe it was great. Create a gameplay that doesn't require one to live inside the game. Yeah, exactly. Madam of Death hits the nail on the head, where it respects your time. If you have an hour to play, you can make real meaningful growth on your character in an hour. you don't have to go run around and do a bunch of dumb shit for hours and hours and hours on end before you can reach that point. I farmed level 1 no drop gear for alts on normal servers on live. THJ just expands on that ability. I don't see an issue. Yeah, it seems like people did that buy low sell high thing with EOM. Yes, they absolutely did. In fact, there was a let's call them a coalition of people who were doing that. And they legitimately, I'm not kidding, they deleted a lot of EOM. Hey, Broken, how's it going? Pragmatic, what's up, baby? I could spend hours in Bazaar like a little girl. I love the point that I can feed my new little lawn. How about solo self-lost? Yep, we read that. I had no idea the type of market manipulation was going on with Planet Time gear. Yeah, I mean, there's market manipulation going on with all kinds of gear. That's literally what that person that we were talking about their video earlier, that's literally what they're talking about doing. Buying all the low-level stuff off the market, turning around, leveling it all up, and then selling it and moving it that way. Yeah, exactly, Henry. Exactly. That's why you're going to make some people happy some of the time. You want to know what I think they do? Ooh, what do you think? Tell me. They should pit each other against each other? No, God, no. It happens in every online game. Look at Eve. The cool thing about Eve, though, is the entirety of the market is driven by the players. The entirety of Eve's market. The cool thing is, the other cool thing is you can actually, like, rather than it being something obscure, like you just go through the game and you buy all the stuff up on the market and then sell it. Like, it's actually, you can actually influence, you can actually perform something. Raph About It was actually doing this thing last week where they robbed a bank. I thought, like, how, that's so freaking goddamn cool to me that you can influence the game by, like, robbing a bank. And it's an actual, like, in-game mechanism that you can engage in and you can take part in, which is really freaking cool to me. I'm sorry, but I genuinely think that that's an awesome, awesome mechanic. I would love to see more stuff like that. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, they're my same level. What the hell? I think this Kick is awesome. I love it so much. I mean, Kick is pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. Especially after hearing some of the stuff that they want to do. They're trying. Ooh, that's a cool little pirate seal. They're trying very hard to separate the streaming platform from the gambling platform, which I think is really cool. They're also doing a lot of really neat stuff where they're adding a lot of prevention mechanisms for people with like gambling addiction and stuff, which I thought was kind of neat. Wasn't original mode damaging to armor and weapons over use and death? Nope. They never had this. THJ and EverQuest never had durability. My concern with Kick is I've seen many Twitch competitors come and go. Yeah, category 100%, 100%. So the benefit that Twitch or that Kick has is that they are actually like they're funded by an outside source, which is part of the people's problem with it. Is they're funded basically by a gambling website or a gambling platform. Which is understandable. You know, gambling's kind of a little shady, especially online gambling. But it puts them in a unique position where they can do really neat things in the streaming platform. Like they're actually paying partners on that platform to just stream. Like you just like you make like an hourly wage, which is a bizarre thing. They're also trying very hard to like lift up smaller content creators, which I also think is really cool. But you know, I know not everybody stands by that, and that's okay too. I think it's okay for people to individually choose how to spend their money and how to like vote with their dollar. I think that that's an important part of capitalism. Clockwork Grease, yeah, planar fruit, etc., etc., yeah. The ring you get with Sympathetic Strike worth keeping later levels. No, extra bondage it is not. Playing Trash Panda solo self fine. That's a really funny one. It is Ultimate Plat Sync, Mr. Gamba Halfling. Yeah. All right. Do you want, like, we can go into this one too. I actually think that the gambling halfling is one of the worst parts about THJ. I was pretty open about this too when the server first launched. I actually freaking hate the gambling halfling. And not probably for the reasons you'd think. I do not think that you should be gambling all of that money and you should be getting back, like, because you get a prize back every time, right? You get you get some reward every single time you go in there. And so the problem for me with that is when they give you an item and the item that you get back is just shitty. Like, they're like, hey, here's a drink item. Like, what? That sucks. Don't give me a drink item. What are you doing? Give me something, like, give me something meaningful, like something weird. Like, it could be, I don't know, a title or fuck, I don't even care. Like, but it should be something. If you're going to gamble in a game like this, you should not just, like, get crap. It shouldn't just turn into, like, absolute ass. This is not like, what's her name? Rich Girl. We are not Rich Girl, right? Like, the idea behind, like, Rich Girl is not a prominent one for the server, and I don't really like that mechanic as being, you know, backed by that. But that's just my opinion. Some people love that thing. I have to find the things being sold in the bazaar for less than a vendor will give you for them. Yeah, that happens a lot, and that's just because people don't actually check. That hurt. I'll never find my HOHV. If you need a hammer of holy vengeance, you know, I know some people who are hoarders and keep lots and lots of items on the side and tend to give those items out to people, whether to their benefit or to their loss. God, I did a full growth clear other day. AoE, all that down with Tunair was hilarious. Hell yeah, Gradix. My brother used to talk about 12-hour Tunair raids back in the day. Oh, dude. Oh, you want to Needin? Dude. All right. Back in my day, when we were real young and we were raiding North Temple Ovation, we would go and we would kill all the things. And it took us not 1 day, not 2 days, but sometimes 3 days to clear the whole goddamn place. And it sucked. It sucked real bad. It was awful. I hated it. Ugh, dude, that is nuts. It's trying real hard to shoot arrows, too. Let's see. I posted it. We can chat about it later. Oh, okay. Hold on. General? Is that how you put it? So my comment in the stream about the econ being a joke is as follows. The endgame items that are required, not wanted, but required are so rare as drops, especially when you can't farm them, but required are so rare as drops, especially when you can't farm them more than once or twice per day, that they make them extremely expensive. And you stated that making 100k per hour is easy, but I have never heard anyone ever say how to farm PP except for Umbral Plains, and that definitely is not 100k per hour. So it creates a feeling of having to buy EOM or spend hours and hours of farming. Specifically for AUGs, this is a huge issue. I would propose that a solution to making it feel less pay to win would be to allow people to farm the AUG mobs more often and or a combination of increasing drop rates for the good ones. I don't have problems with things being rare or expensive, it just feels shitty when you artificially cannot farm an item and it's super rare. So do you, like, that's the opposite spectrum of what we're talking about, right? So the problem with that is if you make the item too easily to get, it loses its value entirely, and that actually makes the economy shit. Because all of a sudden you have no items worth value. You have no chase items, right? I do talk about kick, pragmatic. I do talk about kick indeed. Come on now, I want to destroy Kale economy by killing their bankers? Do it. Frickin' giants. God, man, who the hell likes these giant guys? Especially those New York Giants. Those guys are terrible. Man, that guy Eli Manning used to be on the Giants. Whew. what a character. What an absolute goofy little Chad he was. Throwing that ball with his eyes closed, winning 2 Super Bowls, not 1 but 2. Destroying the Patriots' good name and perfect season. Terrible. Go Sports. Been watching Kick since launch, and their gambling promotion's never been a problem. Yeah, they've actually added a bunch of mechanisms so you can block the gambling aspect completely from their website, as well as actually several other things. It's just weird. They don't have a lot of outreach, and they actually owned the fact that they don't have a lot of outreach. Like, they don't talk about the fact that they've taken steps to curb the gambling. Like, it's not public knowledge. Outside of the gambling, Halfling, what plat sinks would you like to see? I think that you could set things up like you could make glamours easier. You could make certain titles for people. There's a mechanism that I can't talk about that they put in the game, which is really fucking cool. And I really genuinely think there's a lot of people out there that would engage, like, would really like it. I think they could put that in the game and they could charge people platinum for that. I think there might even be like some mechanisms that you could add within the game, like quality of life mechanisms that you could just allow people to pay platinum for. Like, what if you could pay Tyrell 100K instead of the 5 EOM? What if you could just pay him 100K and you'd have access to it on all your characters? Like, there, you could add so many little plat dumps, like so many little neat mechanics like that, which would just, God, we're 39 and we might need to convert to AA a little bit. We're starting to kill things a little too quickly. Black Star, poor man, I skipped too many. Whoa, did that not go all the way down? Oh, hell no. Our first Tunair raid took 9 hours, and the following through 3 earrings dropped, and they awarded it to a guild leader that wasn't even at the raid at all. Do ghoulish behavior. I'm fucking sorry, dude. That sucks. That shit used to happen all the time. Freaking loot councils. Savage sons of bitches. Did he say easy? I do not ever remember Broken saying it was easy, just that you could make 100K. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to argue that. I wasn't going to argue the semantics. The reality is that you can make 100K an hour. And I also, what I also didn't say is I didn't say like on a regular, like, you can't just go and make 100K in an hour and then go make 100K the hour after that and then go make 100K an hour after that. What you can do is you can go to Plane of Growth, okay? Go aggro Tunair. She's going to pull the entire zone to her. You can kill everything, loot everything, and then sell it. And you're going to make over 10K. It's kind of random how much you make. I've made as much as 21K doing that. Then you can go... Ooh, see? Pulled it all. Look at all that. Freaking awesome. Then what you can do is you can go ahead and you can take that and go to Fear, and you can go as aggro Kazakh Thule, and then in there, everything will get pushed to Kazakh, and you kill everything. You trade that gear into the guild masters in Plane of Null. Oh shit! And then you basically trade all that gear in to the oh no, Whisk crash. No, don't die, live. Oh whoa, what the hell? Why does my heal for that much? This is Solve. This is the level 1 heal. How much health does this little nerd have? Jesus Christ. Okay, weird. So then you can take that gear, you can hand it into the guild masters in POK, which turns it into Paradots, Diamonds, Blue Diamonds, and Flawless Diamonds. And then you can sell all those for roughly 200 plat a piece, making tons of bank. That one typically makes roughly, it depends, because there's a little more time investment involved in handing all that stuff into the guild leaders, but if you know the items and you separate them quickly, like, you're going to be faster over time doing that. But if you do that, you'll make some pretty crazy money pretty goddamn quick. Then from there, there's other zones you can go to where you can just like grab everything, like you can pull everything. Believe it or not, in TOV, if you don't fight the dragons, like if you don't kill the very first raid dragon and you go and you aggro one of the like deeper dragons, what's going to happen is it's going to pull a bunch of dragons down on you. You can use that mechanism as well. That's another one that's a little more time consuming. But in addition to that, you can pull all of hatred, like Plane of Hate. Just loot all the items. Again, you can take those items and you can turn them into Plane of Knowledge, the guild masters, to get the gems and whatnot. But you can also, in Hate, there's also a butt ton of like gems you can get, other gear you can get that gives you tons of bank. How to pull all of Hate. So this is where it gets a little annoying. There's only a couple of classes that can efficiently do it, because the problem becomes, and I ran into this when I was doing this on stream because I was trying to show off to people like what you can do to make money. And the problem with Hate is the buildings and the way that the buildings work. But where you can make this absolute bullcrap is if you can run fast enough. If you have a method in which you can run fast enough, you can actually drag the mobs through the buildings and they will aggro the NPCs in the buildings for you. And that's how you do that. Plane of Air is another really, really good one. Plane of, if you can pull all of Plane of Fire is also not a bad place for money. It's not as crazy, but it's certainly not bad. One of the things that I really enjoy doing, personally, is I love grabbing the entire, like, when you do the second part where you're actually going to kill Fen and Roe, is I pull the entire bridge, and I do the entire bridge at once. I have a lot of fun with that. No death touches. Yeah, there's no death touches in, no death touches on THJ. Yeah, Decoy, they've removed all the death touches. There are harm touches, but not death touches. Pulpinator, what 9 hours on Tunair on THJ? Yeah, there's no 9 hours on Tunair. There and like to some extent, if you want to make money really fast, this kind of pays into that what we were talking about earlier, where like if you want to, you can create a second character to perform functions in the game very easily. So if the build that you make that you have the most fun on isn't efficient, and I ran into this personally because Warrior Necro Shaman sucked fat donkey pee initially when the game, like when the server dropped. It was honestly terrible. It was really, really bad. Dots basically didn't do any damage. Warrior sucked. It was really, really, really terrible. Shaman was okay, but really lacked a lot of functionality that it has today. And so because of that, I made that character. I leveled it all the way up. I got it, I think, like 1200 AA, which was a goddamn nightmare when it was just classic only on the server. I did all that, and then I quit that character and I made Indom, which was a Shadow Knight. Initially, he was a Shadow Knight monk berserker, which was a lot of fun. But again, I ran into another problem with that character where I couldn't kill Faradar, and I couldn't do North TOV because he had no cures. He had no way of curing himself. So and I was getting stuck on the curses as well. Curses were really screwing me over. So I could just make another character that I could use to do that content. And that's what I did. And that proved to be like, that's the best part about being able to make, you know, alternate characters, is maybe the first character you made, maybe the second character, maybe the third character, whatever. If you're going in and you're like, I just want to willy-nilly play whatever character I want to play, then your build or the construction of what you put together might not be able to do all the things that you want to do with it. You just have to put that stuff in mind, and that's the best part to me of this server, is that you can just like put your mind to it and then decide you want to do those things. I got lucky and had 4 legendary Daiaku obs drop in 3 hours. That was almost 100k an hour. There you go. Money. Oh shit. Isn't this guy like level 80? Dude. Oh my god, he's benching my freaking pet. No. Oh god. Don't do it. He's just a cute boy. He didn't mean to. He's just a cute boy. No. Let him live. It's okay. We have salve. Salve will save him. Oh my god, he's doing like 10% a swing. Look at, oh no, that was way more than 10% a swing. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Oh no. All right, hold on. Let's see if we can do it. Probably not. Hang on. We'll all of our cooldowns. Where's your pet heal? I haven't bought any spells since level 1. Yeah. A Shield of the Immaculate is definitely worth it. Do you get Death Touch? Tip, use the auto sell target item macro. Yep, you can do that too. I'm a bard. Fast, you say. No problem. Got it. Thanks. Yeah. You literally just run around, and the way the mobs path, they'll run through the buildings. And when they run through the buildings, they'll pull aggro to you. It's a really, really good mechanism. Hell, you know, if you actually loot, if you have the selling bags, you can even make money running around DN and looting everything. It's stupid. It's not crazy money, but you can make money doing that. And if you're farming AA and stuff anyway, why not make bank? It's a trap! He's gonna kill me! He's gonna kill me! Oh god! Oh lord, no! It fascinates me, my familiarity with donkey PP. Well, here's the thing, you know, you work in a couple strip clubs and the things you learned about donkeys. Is it awkward yet? Can I look at myself healing yet? I'm staring very, very deeply into your eyes. Okay. Man, I can't believe we've actually got him down to 58%. No, where's my thing and my stuff? Kick 63. Awesome. Dodge 40. Crap. Broken. The HOV is for my warrior cleric enchanter. The trash panda so found. Oh, so okay, fair enough. Auto skill salve. Yeah, it's cool gym, no joke. No. We died. Hey, wait a minute. You know what? I want to check on something really quick. Maybe this is fixed. Time to re-roll. You died. Yeah, definitely. He's still not there. Like, it says he's here. Like, right? See him on the map? And you can target him. But he's like, is he under the world or is he over the world? Is he on top or is he underneath? He's under. Oh, is it use target? Wait, hold on. Target. Back sock. Use. Is it you? Yeah, use target. That is not a valid command. Use target. Not a valid command. Yeah, you can. I know you can right click him, but the point I was trying to do is he. Oh wait. No, that's all water. Son of a bitch. He's in there somewhere. Goddamn. He's under. Yeah. No, he's targeted. I have him targeted. Don't worry about that. I'm just wondering, like, is he under or over? I was gonna say you're a gnome. Look through the walls. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to use the antics, the shenanies, the shanooners. I'm a gnome. You know something else you can do as a gnome? You see this door? Oh, you can't do it here. Probably because the doors are too low. But in most places, you can actually duck through doors. Shh, don't tell anybody I told you that. Okay, guys, this is our little secret. Don't ruin it for everyone. It says it's just an invalid command. Like, look. See? It says, that is not a valid command. Pet will find him, I'm sure. That's a really good point, actually. I wonder if we could pull him out with a pet. Or he would summon me outside of the map, one or the other. Okay. let's get the pet up again. We've got some sweet items to make sure Variety Void stays well fed, you know? We got to make sure we got to feed our pets, right guys? We got to feed our pets. Little and then we'll make sure this one gets to another character, HJ Bros. Bros? Bros. There you go. All that. Yeah. No. Okay. Okay. All right. Love you, buddy. Know that we're thinking about you. I know your internet is struggling. Joel, there we go. Joel. Still. Fat monies, bro. Fat monies. Oh. This won't even... Actually, the diamonds might cover the spells. One thing we should probably do is we should probably move our items that we use to another bag. Be the smart move, right? Be the smart. That would be the good boy move. All right, let's not be dumb. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to accidentally sell something, and then somebody on YouTube is going to tell me that I'm terrible and why I always complain about being dumb. Oh wait, Bo, what? Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna have to be like, ah man, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was born with an extra chromosome. Broken, my boy, Caliphus. What's going on, baby? How you doing? Is VV still doing THA? I hadn't seen him for 2 or 3 weeks. He right now he's having some internet issues where he only has like a 13 meg download and like 100 kilobyte upload. It's crazy. You were also born with an extra chromie? Ooh. Well, more like born on... Oh, okay. Have you ever done any content about your base setup and what gives you best bang for your buck time? Gradix, I wrote a script for a video like that, but I wrote a script and a layout for a video series, which was going to be like all these fun little facts for new players. And it was actually going to be broken down into many smaller little videos, like a series. And then on the test server, all of a sudden some things started changing. And there's some things that I can't really talk about that if someday THJ gets permission or is allowed to continue their practice, yeah. Some things will change. And when those things change, that stuff is ready. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna hang out nearby on my phone listening, but may not chat much. Oh, you're good, buddy. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah. VV has been dealing with some real bad internet issues. He's still around, and he's still planning on streaming and everything, but he is currently without working internet. So it's created a bit of... That is a big-ass gnome. Look at that guy. Holy shit. Bro, I could fit inside your... we could... You want to... Listen, 20 plat is 20 plat, okay? I'll get right up in there. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. There's nobody watching. Nobody has to know, okay? Nobody has to know. Oh, I mean, yeah, hey, guys, what's going on? It's your boy, Broken Stoic, totally not doing anything weird on stream again. I would never do anything weird on stream. It's just not my thing, you know? I'm not one of those weirdo streamers that do weird things on stream. Are you guys buying it? Are you guys buying it? I'm barely even buying it. I should do this in Plane of Knowledge. That way I get all of the, like, weird little quested and dropped spells as well. but stay la vie. A gnome sex parade. What? Whoa, parade. Hello. That implies there's like a whole party going on. Relics are my go-to for all the spin-offs. Gotten it down to about 30 minutes for 8 bags. Ooh, damn. Gradix, that's freaking impressive, sir. That's impressive. Relic packs are definitely really good. There's a lot of really good options, honestly, for bags. I typically tell new players just to go and use the deluxe toolboxes, because they can fit giant items in them. Cue banana eating montage. And then there's also like, you can, I mean, theoretically, you can get a lot of bags while doing progression. But that being said, you know, there's the boxes of Abukar that you can get as well. That you'll, like, I found a lot of them. I don't know how common they are actually while leveling because it's been a while. But yes, Relic packs, there's the Grandmaster Satchel, there's a bunch of different things that you could get theoretically. I mean, with the fact that you can just click that thing, you could, you know what, are people even, no, there's no way, because the item itself is no trade, which is smart. Because otherwise people would be, like, feeding that and selling that on the bazaar, which I know has been an issue in the past. Does Avatar tick down? Are you talking about, like, Avatar as procced on a weapon, or are you talking about Avatar casted by a shaman? Because Avatar casted by a shaman, no. Unless, you know, it's not you, if you're not the shaman. If you're talking about Avatar procced by a weapon, then yes, it does tick down. Oh, you have to be level 60. Apparently, we learned a level 60 spell, which we don't care about. Let's see here. Just be shaman, level 2 bags. Or mage. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, you can use the mage or shaman, the summon bags. But just remember, putting this out there. PSA, public service announcement. Do not, under any circumstances, put them on another character and then fill them full of items. They will be gone the next time you log in, along with anything you put in them. Public freaking service announcement. Do not fall into that trap. It's bad. It's a bad trap to fall into. Ooh, summon food. Oh, actually, I wonder, does... Beastlord doesn't also get that summon pouch, the spirit pouch, right? That would be fun. That would make Beast... I would include a lot more Beastlords in my build if they got free summon pouches. That'd be pretty cool. Shit, I don't need malaria. Yeah, figures. Figures. Stupid Beastlords. Stupid Beastlords don't even get nothing cool. Fleeting Quiver, bind on you, Swen. Listen, Gesture. Bro, I will straight up have Vault time you right out. You shut your mouth. Chat. I don't ask for public lynchings often. But I think Gesture needs a reminder to not say silly things. No, you think Gesture is right? Well, I need a new mod, guys. Anybody? Bueller? I'll go pink cat into... Okay. You won't live long. How much is a fleeting? It's a lot. I don't know how much they are now, but they allegedly fixed the cat pelts, but I don't know how much it actually had an impact. I wasn't a crazy cat pelt farmer myself. So, for those of you who don't know, there was someone who figured out how to dupe cat pelts. And during their vicious cycle of duping cat pelts, they made So they made so many cat pelts that, and they put them all on the bazaar too. They made so many cat pelts that they did the math backwards. This is actually how they got caught. They did the math backwards, and they discovered that the person had more cat pelts than the mob could have been killed on the server at that time. Because it was like only 1 or 2 mobs on the whole game. And the dude literally, like, no bullcrap, like the dude was selling, like, they added up the amount of time that it would take for the mob to respawn and like create a cat pelt, and they did the math, and they were like he had more cat pelts on his account than if they added up all the time and they determined, like, you know, all these cat pelts. It was nuts. And that's how they caught the guy who was duping them. Oh, dude, it was crazy. It was crazy. This was a while back, but it was more like, I think this happened like in, I think it was Kunark. Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. The person got really greedy, and obviously, like, oops, like, oh man, I was dumb. Okay, so we've got our pet back now. Now we can get real heals. It's called healing. Oh God, heaven help me. HP buffs. Oh, we have inner fire too now. Ooh, surname. Yeah. Good call, groundskeeper. So we're doing cream pie, right? Surname, cream pie. Do we spell it weird to go with like the first name, or do we just go pie? Pie, like that? Cream pie? I don't think you can do just PI. I think they have a restriction on 2-letter words. Cream cherry pie? Cream pied. I farmed the stuff and got Void to make my fleeting quiver. Cream Abdul Jabbar. Are we playing basketball now? I will get a feather and tickle those toes. Garf Nicky pie. Nar. Oh God. Ooh, Sophiana. I do like that one. I do like the PYE and then the pied of some young guy. Listen, we don't need a creamsicle. That's pretty good. We don't need poor Reina. She's sick today. We're not making fun of Reina. You guys stop baiting me. You guys are you. I'm supposed to be the sower of chaos, not you. Evil chat. Let's see. What's her name? Pie. Pied? Boom. I like it. Okay. Let's see. We need to go through and do our spells again. HP buffs. We need inner fire. Inner fire. We've got heals and cures, and we've got a pet, and we got pet buffs. And we got more pet buffs. Spirit of the Scorpion. See, you've done a great job, and now you have a Chaos Army. Yeah. What? Hey, hold on. What faction? Like, okay. We're going to nerd out here for a moment, okay? So, if you guys are my Chaos Army, what Chaos Army are you? Are you Night Lords? Are you Iron Warriors? Are you Dark Angels? Those who know, you know. Let's see. Are you? Are you Black Legion? Ooh, interesting. File locked. Huh. That would be interesting. Kane, did you try using the installer through Discord? Try using that. I'm curious. Bum, 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 bum. Broken ones, Dark Angels. Oh, Dark Angels. Someone said Dark Angels. Rainer, nar. I'm the floppy wieners. Jesus Christ. I'm a knight of the Cookie Monsters. Jessica Albert for the win. You guys are fucking... I am Alfarius. Or is it the Munchers? Is Torment supposed to get me right to tactics? Is Torment supposed to get me right to tactics? Good. All right, brain, come on. I need somebody to kickstart my brain. I think that should be okay. I was following the video on the site. Yeah, I would try the installer. So assertion failed. Interesting. Just killed Saren and talked to the dwarf and POK. What's our number? I still need guild invite, please. Okay. Well, I'm here and I am in. I'm in 2. I am in 2. Is this you? Is this a nerd? Is this a nerd who needs a guild invite? No? Got the grins at your description of the plane of tactics. Dang it, now I want to kit my pal rogue wizard in aquamarine armor. Hell yeah. Demon of filth. Daggone. Lederhosen. Love it. That's a great name. Sludnash. Ah. Cream pied. Really, Stoic? You dirty, dirty boy. Yeah. You offended? Guild invite. There we go. Innovation or tactics? Well, you should automatically have access to innovation. You shouldn't have to do anything to go to innovation. Oh yes, yeah. No, you're totally right. No. The behind. Yes, yeah. Never mind. Correction. Yes, you complete innovation for tactics. You don't do torment. You do torment for storms. What level are you in? How twinked are you? I am very, very twinked. There's only like a couple of items that we could have given this character that would have made it more twinked. We could have done signets. Ooh, that's very thoughtful. Thank you. Hold on. We must allow our boy Variety Vizzle. So when he comes back from his internet outage, he has lots of things to eat. Using the old THJ ROF downloader someone made, I just downloaded the ROF client from Steam. Okay, so you did. Okay. Yeah, they were struggling. Kane, just so you know, someone was able to just do it that way. So I'm not sure. It might be a limitation either from your computer or your Steam. Okay, actually, I'm really glad Creator asked about this, guys. Real quick, we are going to go back and keep killing on this character. I just have some stuff I got to do. But I do want to bring up a couple of things. I want to tailor people's expectations tonight. There is going to be a Q&A. It's going to be a shorter, watered-down version of the Q&A because, obviously, today's Thursday, Friday, the weekend, Monday, court hearing day, and then there's going to be another Q&A right after, like the Thursday after that court hearing, and a lot is going on. There's a lot of moving parts, and they just, for those of you who don't know, if you want to read them, Daybreak did a response to THJ's response, so there's some back and forth. They just posted a bunch of new stuff. If you want to go read them, go read them. Essentially, the skinny is that these guys have a lot to do between now and then, and they have like 3 business days with their attorneys to like work out all the details and work out all that stuff. So while there will be a Q&A, because they don't want to cancel on you, they really, honestly, I was like, dude, if you need to cancel the Q&A, like, let's just cancel the Q&A. And Aporia was like, no fucking way. So yeah, you guys are getting your Q&A. But at the end of the day, you guys are going to get your Q&A, and we're going to have it. But it's going to be we're probably, at the end of the day, we're probably going to answer some game questions, and I might avoid a lot of the jokey, like, questions, which I know a lot of people really enjoy, like the fun and the laughing and the carrying on and stuff. And I respect that. And honestly, as an agent of chaos, big fan, frankly. But that being said, they need to kind of come in, say their piece, answer some questions, and then move on so that they can work on that stuff. Ugh, crashed. So it's not what you're starting to think you were thinking. Oh. So it's not what you were starting to think you were thinking. Whoa. There's a statement. If you can't get into tactics after doing innovation, flags are missing. Yes, you can talk to the lady, or you can talk to the, well, actually, I guess you can't talk to the gnome anymore. You can talk to the lady. Where can I catch up and read that stuff? It's all, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not, like, I don't want to hide anything from you. Like, there's nothing really. There's a website called Court Listener, and if you Google Daybreak Verse, and then you look at Court Listener, you'll see all the stuff. It's all right there. There you go. Right there. It is very public. And what I recommend you do, okay, let's really quickly, let's just establish a couple of things. If you don't have a legal degree, and I mean this in the nicest of ways, because you're going to see a lot of things where they grab comments. If you're reading this stuff, they are looking at your comments that you're posting in videos and on Reddit and in Discord, etc., etc., etc. This is one of the reasons I have made a point not to, like, get into and speculate, and it's one of the reasons I've poo-pooed those people out there that are making videos and, like, making comments on this stuff, because I really don't think it's a great idea. Understand that there's a lot of nuance, and that court is a lot of posturing, and there's a lot of saying and doing things in a certain way to make the other side respond in a certain way. It's like playing chess to some extent. And so if you don't understand how that chess game is played, you can interpret something in a way that it does not mean, or a way that is not factual. So just be very careful. Okay? Just be like, understand that there's a lot of working parts when this stuff comes into play. Even if you've passed the bar. Well, if you've passed the bar, you probably won't make any comments on it because you know better. Like, sometimes painting pictures of things and saying certain things are not necessarily, like, it's not conducive to the things that you think that they might mean or intend, or the outcomes. Like, it's a dance. It's a dance. So I just want to put that out there. So feel free to click on the stuff and read it all up, but just understand that there's a lot of nuance to it, and it is not as obvious as it displays on a piece of paper, and that just because something is said doesn't necessarily mean that it is representative of the direction that things are headed in. And all, I mean, like, we could talk for hours about court posturing. So just be aware. I love you all. You're awesome. Be careful. I met some real dumb people who have passed the bar and get real dumb on the, oh man, dude. Oh, I can't say her name, but I want to tell you guys some stories about some fucking attorneys that I've dealt with. Oh my god, dude. All right, I have dealt with some really fucking crazy attorneys. We had one lawyer who showed up to court high. We had an attorney who showed up. She parked her car right outside the courthouse, and she would leave her keys on the tire of her car. Like, she drove a Volvo, and she would leave her keys like on the back tire underneath. The probation and parole office was on the bottom floor of the courthouse, and like we had this giant window so we could see, and it was a one-way window so we could see everything that happened out. Dude, this chick, oh my god, the stuff that you would see happen. Oh man. We had we had an attorney that was running like a gambling ring. Oh dude, there's some crazy stuff. Like absolutely crazy stuff that attorneys do. Um Could they code middle names? I mean, theoretically they could. Planet 9. There's some really wild stuff. Dude, we used to I am sure there are people out there that would get really mad if I shared some of this stuff. We had an attorney that used to sneak out of the court and would come down to the office and, let's just say, fraternize with one of the supervisors in our office. Oh boy. There was some stuff. There was some crazy things. Yeah. The human condition is an interesting one. Let's just say that. Man, I don't know where to start with stuff with skills in this build. I mean, I know that if we wanted to do bosses and stuff, but bosses aren't going to matter. Headshot, trick shot. Headshot, trick shot doesn't make it so we kill large groups faster. Headshot's kind of slow, if I'm being honest, actually. I'm thinking that maybe we lean into spellcasting fury. Not with high dex, it's not. Yeah, but it's not going to kill. Like if I do like lightning, anything that adds additional attacks. What spells though? Invoke lightning? Ranger, Beast Lord, and Warrior. I got 2 kids from fraternizing with my boss. True story. Married to Papa. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Stability. Dude, stability and agility are like the worst AAs to start with. So I know a lot of people actually think that these are really good. You don't get any damage. You get a little bit of survivability from them. So it's like if you put your points into these initially, there's almost no power boost from doing so. It's kind of a trap to do that. I know a lot of people recommend you do that though. Spam diesel. No, thank you. I have a pet to tank. Yeah, exactly. Like it's typically a trap anyway. Like I don't know of a build where you'd want to put your points into those first. I'm doing headshot and trick shot and pet hit points, then all the crit A's. Ooh. Yeah, but I don't know if there's a single build style that would say agility and stability. Fury first. Spellcasting Fury. Companion's Fury. We could do that too. That's crit hits. Although the alacrity is really good too because you get the flurries. Flurries are actually really good, especially when the pet's so high. I would say if you're tank build, you would want to see ACS. No way. Wait. No, man. What? When would you ever... Like, really? You think so? You think even with a tank build, I can't imagine using... Combat Fury? Ooh, Bloodlust. Ooh, that's true. We could do Bloodlust. But I don't know, like, what are we going to use that for? That doesn't help us level. I'm trying to think of something that will help us level. Something that is going to make it, like, crazy, crazy leveling. Hope Hydrate equals booze. Oh, shit. We've got... survival more important as a puller than DPS. You spend most of the fight for anyone. Bite of Asp. It's right, yeah. Bite of the Asp is right here. Bum, 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 bum. No twinks. Bro, I'm super twinked. I'm like ultra freaking twinked. Planar power. Planar power might actually not be good. I mean, additional stats is always good. Headshot and killing in Dulac Harbor. I was just in Dulac Harbor. That's how I got to level 39. I think that actually I have out leveled Dulac Harbor. What about A to focus on buffing the Tulwar procs, spell crits, etc.? I don't know. Code of Thistles, Chameleon Strike. Is there a ranger spell that puts a proc on your weapons? If so, Bloodlust will help you level. So if I wanted to do single target, then I would do headshot. The problem with headshot is you're basically firing arrows waiting for that proc of headshot to go off. It's great, it's wonderful, it's hot dandy. I could probably go to Dragon Necropolis right now and utilize something like that. The problem becomes headshot's only good against like the rats and the Dulac Harbor and like that kind of thing, which is great. It's wonderful. It's kind of whatever. But there are definitely abilities that Rangers have access to, which will in fact do AoEs. Killing Spree isn't a bad option. Just managed to log in. The installer worked. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. You know what the installer does? It literally just connects through the exact same line through Steam. Kind of funny. I know there's something that we can do. Obviously, Furious is good, but that's at 56. Combat Fury. Making the pet attack more is not a bad idea, because if the pet attacks more, if the pet flurries, then he has more chance to crit or proc, and he's going to be pulling larger groups of things. Right? Maybe? Destructive Fury. What about class? That would be an interesting experiment to do. Then go kill kobolds in labs or Crypt of Decay. Crypt of Decay is way too, like, there's not enough mobs in Crypt of Decay. Be sure to equip the Atrocity Aug. It gives increased chance to double attack. What about the Beast? Double, triple attack? Is that Ferocity? No, the pet one, but for you? Yeah, I mean, those are definitely there. But again, single strike. I'm looking for a way to hit more things all at once, and a way to boost my damage when hitting all of the things at once. No, I'm not a pally. Cobalt Send, good XP at your level. Yeah, but even the Cobalt, like, I guess you could do the basement. That's still kind of limited, though. There's got to be a way. Well, for now, I think I'm going to put these points into the pet. Fungus Grove. Stuff there has a lot of health. I don't know of any. Not many clicky options for your build. I mean, I have one. It's right here. Watch. It's literally right here. Boom. Boom. Right there. It does have a 6-second recast time, though. Let's see. I don't think we have any dots. We could also, theoretically, we could get a Sky Darkener. I thought they changed it. Didn't they change it so that there's nothing outside only? Did they not change that yet? Let's test it. Let's test it for science. Okay. We abandoned that. We're going to go here. We're going to go to Velius. I know this is going to be really boring, but I want to test this really quick. I've not been able to cast outside. Destructive Force and its cooldown reducers. Oh, shit. This isn't where I wanted to go. Macrulia Caverns goes crazy at 40. Pull the entire front of the zone. Teleporter, use TP into lava back to zone. Clear your instance and then do pull Gremlin Forest while it resets. Ooh. Ooh. Colton. That's not a terrible idea right there. That's a lot of merbs. But only really great when no one's doing the public zone. Yeah, that's a lot of merbs. That's somebody even say that's a butt ton of merps. Colton. Interesting. That's you bring up some interesting spots. We'll figure it out in a minute. Well, Sky Darkener works, then Bloodlust, and the yeah. If Sky Darkener works, then Bloodlust and Roars would be the way to go. It would be the only way. Ooh, that's a rogue direwolf. Look at him. Look at him. He's over there. He's doing stuff. It's fucking doing stuff. Oh yeah. Get fucked. Get fucked. You're snared now. Look at my little arrows. Pew 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 pew. All right, we are doing DN, but only for a second. I just want to test a couple of things out real quick because I'm curious, curiouser. Destructive Force. Yeah, I mean, I wish Destructive Force is a monk ability though. Just killed statue of Ralzek. Now gonna try idol. Hell yeah. Pew 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 pew. Oh, he just hang out here and kill all kinds of things out here. Oh my god. Okay, we're already hitting for 856. Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. God damn. God damn. Okay. Ooh, that's Gladdy. Ooh, no. Solid pass. Where is that big fat son of a bitch? Over there somewhere? Oh yeah, there. Right there. Hey, you can stay right over there. Cool story, bro. Brought to you by Brule Story Co. Time for Blazing Helm of Fen and Row? Nah. We'll be okay with that. I think we'll be all right, honestly, but we'll see. I mean, the problem with this zone is that they massively undercut the mobs' hit points and stats compared to the levels. So, the deep is also really nice in the 40 to 45. Huge density. Got better XP than DN when public isn't camped. Usually isn't. Yeah. Yeah, the deep is not bad. All right. Hold on. Hold on there, mate. You can definitely cast outside spells inside, just so you're clear. Just so you know. Just so you know. You can... See, watch. Ready? Ready? Watch. Boom. Headshot. Now, poor little whisk crash here is not properly buffed, because we didn't properly buff. DN isn't inside? DN isn't inside. You're right. Never mind. You're right. You're right. No, don't kill my pet. Idle is a no-go? Lame. I've only deleted 48 times. One character rule them all. I don't know. I don't know about that, boy. Hell yeah, we kept him alive. Whisk Crash gets to live forever. So was that you were saying? Well, hold on. Hold on. We just need to try it. That's all. That's what we're saying. Okay. All right. I'm glad I didn't create a new DZ. Okay. We'll go to the other boring ass zone. You won't be able to tell me this one's inside or outside. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're going to this one. Your butthole is? Well, there you go. Let's see. Okay, dubious. There. How about that? Was this one? Was this one? Is this one outside too? There's a chimney somewhere. There's a tunnel that goes to the upper grounds. Yeah, I knew. I do know that they. Oh, wow! I only had to kill one to go threatening. That was crazy. Yeah. They did this quite a while ago, actually. They did it quite a while. What's up, old beast? What's going on, big dog? How you doing? How you doing, old beast? Yeah. So there you go. Okay. So we've tested that. We definitely don't want to stay here. I also need to... It's a THA thing. Yeah. Q&A. There will be a Q&A here in an hour. There will be a Q&A in an hour. It is going to, again, just so everybody's on the same page, the Q&A will be of reduced duration. Just so everybody's on the same page. I think I just saw a screenshot from P99 basically throwing THA under the bus. I hope I read that wrong. No, you did not. That's a really interesting take. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that... Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, what I would tell you is don't freaking, like, engage with them. Like, don't turn around and be poopy. Because, being poopy is not cool. You know? A lot of not cool with being poopy. And so, you know, it is what it is. If that's the stance they want to take, then that's the stance they're going to take, right? Really interesting, though. It's really interesting. Let's see here. Let's see. We got all that. Combat. Oh, we have Call of the Sky already, eh? I think I'm 53 characters now. Jesus Christ. Speaking of testing, aren't you playing Battle? Oh, fuck no. No. First of all, I don't have a testing key, so I can't test it. And second of all, nah, I'm good. I used to love those games, but I don't. It's not my thing anymore. It's not really my forte, if you will. Not that I think that those games are like bad or anything, but it's just not my Jimmy Jam. I think I can do all of these, right? I think I can do this on you too. Trolling and trapping you into saying something that can be used against you. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, it's kind of interesting, the whole concept of trolling, because there's a whole nother, like, in law enforcement, you know what trolling is? They use it as a reference to mean patrolling, which is really, really weird for me. Like, as an internet nerd who has dealt with trolls most of my life, when I got into, like, the law enforcement field and they utilized the word trolling, like, we were trolling the internet. And you're like, why were you trolling the internet? That seems like a real douchey thing to do. And they're like, no. We were looking for sex offenders. And it's like, not that one. You were trolling the internet looking for sex offenders? What the hell? And they're like, yeah, man, we trolled all over. And it's like, is this some Scott Steiner math shit? And they're like, yeah, no. Like, we patrolled the internet. And you're like, oh, you don't know what that means. Let's see here. Didn't that just come out in pseudo discovery? Didn't THA have to hand over a disk? No, there's no. No, THA didn't have to hand over anything. No, discovery has not happened. Nothing has been handed anywhere. They're not even, like, they haven't even had their hearing yet. Didn't that just come? Have you done the Kadi Shah fight in AC on THA solo yet? No, I don't think I have. Papa Cap, thank you so much for the subscription, baby. No, you, Papa Cap. Sorry, I was trying to type fast. Don't answer. If rather not, I agree not to be bad back. I love THA, and I spent a ton of EverQuest last month too. And pay yearly. I support both games. No reason not to. And hey, your eyebrows, particularly now while trying you. Yeah, they're coming back. We almost have eyebrows. Yeah, I know a lot of people have a lot of opinions one way, and they think the other guy's the devil, or, like, you know, there's been a lot of insults thrown back and forth. And I really genuinely do not believe that it does any good. If you have feelings one way or another, you're entirely entitled to those feelings. But if you've actually read those documents, you would know that they are more than happy to have you respond and make shitty comments however you want, so that they can put them in their next, release statement and paint them in whatever picture they want to. It's not good. It doesn't help things. I know many police officers to the point of me being straight with them. Yep, don't engage P99, limit any negative comments about them or Daybreak. DB is watching all media forums and taking anything they think they can use into the filings. Yeah, exactly. Shadinate, time procs, increased tap heals, Roganate, poison proc chance, whiz crit, all crit. Nah. I mean, that's exactly what I just asked not to do, Salrog. So if we could refrain from that, that would be ideal. meet a new officer in my area that thinking wearing his Navy SEAL trident on his uniform is a good idea for some odd reason, because he thinks that when people see that, they will have a certain feeling or a certain outcome will happen. He thinks that either A, someone will try him, or B, he thinks that it makes him a giant swinging dick. Unfortunately, probably neither of those outcomes are good. What level are we? 39. Where do we want to go? I don't really... Ooh, if we had a headshot, we could theoretically do tactics at 46, and then we could farm a Sea Augs at 46. Hate when I have to mute and come back to swinging dicks. You don't hate it, baby. You're just glad you gotten back in time for swinging dicks. It's okay. Let's see. How do we get Bunny back up forever? I don't know, man. If you get a few more levels, I heard there's a good spot in innovation. You can you fucking butthole. Feeder, but you can't unless they fix that. No, I don't think they fixed that yet. Farm some A's in the hole. Giggity. As a veteran of both the Air Force and Army, I rarely even acknowledge my veteran status. Yeah, I'm a forward-facing person, so like my personality is on display for everybody to see. So I don't mind saying I was a parole officer, but like in my everyday life, I practically tell no one that I used to work as a parole officer. It doesn't really do you any favors ever. In fact, more often than not, it gets your food spit in and all kinds of other like crummy shit. At least this is Death Star. Okay. We got Trax Teeth, Skyfire Mountains over there. Ooh. Do I have a class? We could do. There's no reason to do that though. Should we do Chardock? If we did Chardock, then Headshot would be good. Not really a lot of like valuable crap in Chardock, but we could do Chardock. It's something different, right? Like there's not a lot of people who do Chardock, right? Halls of Betrayal. Ooh. Deep inside Chardock. Giggity. I heard there was some good loot in DN. Wait. This dude wants to wear his tridents on a police uniform. Holy shit. LOL. No comment. Yeah. That's you know, obese. That's the thing, right? Like, it's sort of a funny, like, weird situation when it comes to people who do that kind of thing. We actually had a guy who used to be a cop in Boston. He wasn't even a cop. He was are you guys familiar with housing police? Like, do you guys know what a housing cop is? Where do your rings drop? They drop off from, that sounds like some Yankee shit. No. Like, so housing police are like if you have, no. Housing cops are like, they usually patrol like Section 8 housing or, you know, stuff like basically they make sure that, you know, high crime housing places are, you know, supervised essentially. Somebody get me a social. That's all I'm saying. If I was a veteran, I would smurf a Stolen Valor cosplay in public and then hit people with the "Don't you know who I am?" when they are wrong. Dude, yeah, but like, and there are people who do that kind of thing. The problem becomes, though, is you realistically, like, you wind up in this really muddy situation where it really doesn't, like, it's not a great thing. It's not a great outcome. I maybe I'm old and maybe I'm just like too much. And you guys tell me if that's the case. But what I will say is I do feel like we live in a world where everybody's like very hell-bent on the troll or very oh crap, I can't even loot that body there. People are very like stuck on like the gotcha moment, and I do feel like to some extent we got to get away from that. We shouldn't be like trying. We shouldn't be walking through the world intentionally trying to bait and cause harm to other people. It really doesn't do anyone any good, unfortunately. Like it's not great. Come hang in DN with me and kill shit up top while I go tunnel running. Oh no, good. You know your faster your duplex was going. Yeah, no, it's like so they do things like you know, it is some really dumb shit. So they're the guys that basically like if you are staying at like if you have Section 8, right? There's a limit on how many people you're supposed to have living at that residence at one time. And like these guys like stop by and they'll be like, "Yo, I noticed you had like 2 extra people at your house the last 3 days. What's up with that? What's going on there? Do we need to take your housing voucher?" That's what a housing cop is. And so this guy he worked in our probation and parole office. He was a community corrections officer, which basically means he's like one of the guys who patrols the streets and like goes out into the public and stuff. And he used to brag about how he was a cop in Boston. And he was a housing cop in Boston. And he did and said and behaved in like all kinds of really stupid fucking ways. And like it was crazy. No, you know, he did have to go through the formal police academy and everything. It's just one of those things where like, you know, who cares? Like that's stupid. Dude, did you just see? Oh my God. That pet just procced and it was like, I mean, even that's doing 40 or 400 rather. But it's one of those things where, like, you know, there is definitely guys out there that we ran into them a lot, like, especially as COs in the jail. They're like, all right. Oh, hold up. All right. How many of you veterans out there, okay? How many of you veterans? How many of you first responders out there? You know, you're going to know exactly who I'm talking about as soon as I talk about this. How many of you guys know that one guy who's on the team who's like, yeah, man, I'm fucking going to become like a fucking superstar. I'm you know, at home I've got my entire inventory of clothing is all 511s. My entire inventory. I got that SCBA like right up. It's in my closet, you know, just in case. Like if anything happens, like I got this. You know what I mean? Oh man, if I would have joined the military, but when that drill sergeant freaking when he talked to me, I would have punched him in the mouth. How many of you guys know that guy? I know you all. Anybody who's ever done first responders, military, anything, I guarantee all of you guys know at least one guy like that. I don't know why I'm looting those. Bro. Dude, it's there, like that one guy, he's everywhere. You can't, if you were in the biz, there's no way. I was a drill at Fort Leonard Wood in the 90s. We would have stomped a hole in his ass. Closer to 30 at this point, Broken. Why are you using your pet heals? What? Man, listen. Fine. Pet heals, okay? There. Pet heals. Are you happy now? Are you freaking happy now? What I hated about being emergency personnel is during a government shutdown, you still got to go to work. Yes, that definitely sucked. Can relate. COVID was the worst. COVID was terrible. Wow, I went to basic at Fort Leonard Wood in the 90s. No shit, extra bondage. Uh-oh, we're about to find some things out. Yeah, that one guy is really that every other guy. Well, I wasn't going to say that, dude. I wasn't going to say that, but you're right. Like, we had this guy, you know what? I'm not going to say the guy's name because there's part of me that exists that feels bad for the dude. But like, we definitely had that guy. He wound up being like corrupt as fuck because they always are. But he was such a fucking shitter, dude. He was a CO and he worked on he was a volunteer firefighter. And didn't he just tell you every time he saved like the entire freaking there was a fire on a street and he'd be like, man, we saved every house on that street that day. There was a baby in every single room in the house and I climbed 3 ladders to get to them and I saved them. Dude, there's every freaking one. Like, oh god. Oh no, man. Oh, I don't miss that guy. I really don't miss that guy. Whackers are new though. We had them when I was in the fire. Oh yeah, no, I know they're not new. I mean, like, it's just there's always that one guy that does that, every single time. Fort Leonard is my neck of the woods by a couple hours. Hell yeah, dude. Infantry or engineer. There are a lot of those people out there. After 13 years in the mill, you meet a lot of them. Yeah. So in my line of work, it's rare because they usually don't make it anywhere meaningful because they can't hang really. Like, you know what I mean? They don't. When it comes down to like do or die and like, especially in corrections where you get into use of forces a lot, like a lot of people don't think about it, but like people are like, oh man, cops have a really tough time, but cops get to deal with people who aren't criminals. When you're in the Department of Corrections, every single person you deal with is a criminal. Like, everybody has been convicted. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. You do have people who are incarcerated pending conviction, but most of the people that you deal with have been convicted of some crime or another. And when it comes down to it, like, you're dealing with people in violent, volatile places where they really don't have a whole hell of a lot to lose. And so there's a lot of violence that happens in jail. And you get that guy, the guy we were just talking about, and he's talking about how staff is shielding. Damn. I haven't seen one of those in ages. Jesus Christ. You get that one guy, and he's up in there, and he's like, yeah, man. Dude, we got called out to deal with that fire the other day, and man, I tell you what, there's a baby in every single closet. Oh man, yeah, and then the guys whose house it was, man, his wife, she was hot as hell, and you know what, she was like winking, she gave me her number, man. Oh, dude, like, I wish a mother would. Dude, I'm sorry, like, it is a thing. And I apologize for all of you who don't have law enforcement or first responder history, but dude, that guy exists, and you just wish, because odds are the dude is not a bad dude, but he just can't help himself. Like, he feels like he needs to be more than who he is so that people will like him. And it turns out that because he makes himself out to be such a freaking shitter through all these comments and these games and these antics, that freaking oh, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop now. It's so great, dude. It's great. Oh man. What? Yeah, nothing. Everything's good when the pressure hits. Those types of fun. Yeah, exactly. And that's, you get into a use of force or things get violent, but and in corrections, man, those guys get weeded out pretty quickly. Because they will run their mouths, but they have nothing to back it up. Like, they have no way of, like, stepping in and really doing anything meaningful. My stepfather was a CO in New York State for 25 years. Yeah, New York's no joke, man. Dannemora and a lot of those other big prisons are do not mess around. He ended up being paranoid of the guys he watched sending friends to get him. Dude, yeah. I had bought a motorcycle, and I put a guy in the hole, and the dude sent his buddy over to my house, and they flipped my bike. It was kind of shitty. All because I stuck him in. He made some comments, and he stole some things, and he ended up doing a bunch of extra time for it too, which is kind of funny. But yeah, it happens. Roll up a brush fire or something, and they would come tearing up with their pickup with the lights on. Oh, dude, yes, the lights. Yes, every single. I forgot about the lights, dude. Every single one of their private cars would have fucking lights, and they'd find some reason to put the blue and the reds up. You know what I mean? They'd find some reason to put those. So Skyworks, yeah. All the indoor spells are castable outside. I would love to sit down with you one of these days and theory craft Abyss list for Cleric, Enchanter, Bard. My ideas for Ranger, Mage, Beast build. Yeah, we could look at that. I don't know. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know is that I have a whole lot of time in the near future. Right now I am very, very like, I'm kind of bankrupt for time. It's pretty crazy. I have like less than a little bit of time even. Today my stream was like, what were we, like 20 minutes late because I was looking at stuff, and I had a meeting with somebody today, and then I also had another meeting with somebody, and then I had to set up the Q&A stuff because we weren't sure if I was going to do the Q&A or not. And so yeah, it's a total cluster apostrophe, if you will. No, live, I said live. Shoot, kill him. There we go. What's up, Dirty South? How you doing, baby? Speaking of Q&A, where the hell is VV? VV's been having internet issues, and so he has not been doing much of anything. Last I saw, he had like posted this thing that said he had like a 17 meg download. And so he's not really doing much of anything right now. Poor guy. Poor little broski. I'm on Discord all the time if you have time. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Oh, I have more content than I know what to do with right now. He worked at Comstock for a few years. Danamora, and retired from a small... Oh, dude, that sucks. Comstock isn't too bad, but Danamora is a shitter. That's not really a fun jail to work at. I've been a network engineer specializing in security for 15 years, done many projects for prisons, hated every time. Yeah, it's no joke, man. It's no joke. And usually the guys are like, especially if they see like an outsider, they will definitely, without question, like fuck with people. They do it all the time. Seen it. They like try to get that like rise out of people. This room is gonna be fun as hell with that freaking Tulwar. I wonder how many named we have up. This is gonna be great. We're gonna be spam casting that heal. Oh, we actually have enough for more headshots though. Sit down with you. Yeah, we should look at that build. I mean, it's not a bad idea. There's a couple of build guides for them out. I think Hammock J actually did one too. Been a network engineer, Comstock. Is it not illegal to rock cherries and berries in literally every state? Even contracted? Rock cherries and berries. What the fuck? My friend? I mean, here in Arkansas, where my mom used to live before she took her final trip up north, if you know what I mean, she paid $65 a month for 15 to 20 meg download with her provider. Yeah. Oh, absolutely understanding. But if you stream, you need a fair amount more. Otherwise, everything comes out real bad. Especially when you're streaming and you're running Discord at the same time. It's really, really messy. Imagine trying to get a rise out of there. The one in the cage. I'd like to. I'd be get fucked. Yeah, you gotta be careful though. You gotta be careful. Like certain guys, I mean, we had a guy. I still remember his name to this day. He was in for strangling his wife to death, and cheery guy, I swear. But yeah, we got him in there, and when we got him in, oh, dude, did we just pull everybody? Oh, we did. I was like, I know that Tulwar is gonna go off eventually. It's gotta. There's no way I can keep the pet though alive this long. There's no way. No way. Auspice? There's no way. He's doing okay though. He's doing okay. Aw, fizzles. Fizzles. Fizzles are gonna be my... Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. Alright, now do they die with me? Do I make a better tank than my pet? The answer should be yes, but... Yeah, we're doing okay. It's not terrible. It would be a lot better if I had a freaking simp healing. Here. Let's invoke lightning. Blah. No, I want to live. I want to live. You know what I need? I need a damn Diakuog. I need a Diakuog. Ah, would be better if you had a DS. I had 3 DSs. See? 1, 2, 3. 3. 3. That was cool though. That was fun. Oh wait, no, we got to use this one. We've got to use this one. Man, we could make you guys hate me really quick. I could straight up, when Aporia gets on, I could be like, "Hey, Aporia, have you seen this thing with the pets? Have you seen this thing with the pets?" He'd be like, oh crap, actually, go away." He'd be like, "What?" Because I honestly don't think he's aware. I don't think specifically Aporia is aware. Because it's one of those things that he would have people fix and change very, very quickly. Aware of the pet stuff. Let's see here. Cherries and berries, red and blue lights. Oh, okay. Red can be used if you are fire. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I've never heard them call that though. How many A's do you think it would take for SK Zerk Monk to clear Plane of Sky hate only using in-era gear? Hate? Clear hate? Are you talking about being Slazik? Are you talking about being in Classic? Like being like only level 50 and clearing hate? How many AAs? 1,000 maybe? Probably more? So one thing you got to bear in mind about Plane of Hate is that there are mobs in Plane of Hate. The T3 mobs are actually like, what are they, like level 68 or something crazy like that? So you got to watch out for those guys. Yeah. But Stream and Chef, you did a full clear. You cleared all the T3 stuff too? Oh, fear. Yeah, no, hate is very different. Hate has there's a whole corner of hate that has like level 68 mobs. So if you're talking about a full clear, if you're talking about just killing stuff in Plane of Hate, I mean, we did it we did it with like 300 to 400 AA, really. Yeah. I worked IT for a courthouse and a county jail. They treated the inmates like absolute trash, like they would recycle monitors, mice, keyboards, rather than give it to the prisoners. The add-on doesn't have a CRT monitor and crapped out mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I mean, you can't. you can't really give that stuff to the inmates or the prisoners. They're certainly not allowed to use those things. Like you can't give them those things. And unfortunately, if you ever worked in like government, you learn very quickly that this pocket does not connect to this pocket in any way financially. And so in order to get money from here to here, it has to do this over here, over there. There's a little over here, little two. If I had a third arm, I'd throw that up too. But it has to do that before it can get into the other hand. It's pretty crazy. Does Q&A? Yeah, no, Q&A begins in 29 minutes, Chadwick. They had to set it up. Oh, in the library. So I can't speak for everywhere. I do know that there are places where they have access to the internet. In fact, actually, in the state of Vermont now, they have tablets, which is like, I worked in corrections for 17 years, and I personally feel like the stuff they do with the tablets is pretty shitty. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the phone service costing as much as it does, and I feel like the commissary like costing like double what it does on the street, and the phones. I mean, you know what? The commissary, fuck it. You know what? If you want to charge 5 times what it does on the street, go for it. But the phones, I feel like, are really shisty. The whole system they have for the phones is freaking scummy as hell. And then at my jail specifically, the only person who had access to a computer that could do anything we had what's called a law librarian. It was a job in the facility. And he was able to, he had access to a computer. He would type things up for people, resumes, court paperwork, stuff like that. But he was the only one allowed access to that. The flip side to that is that now they have access to tablets, and the tablets are just about as skeezy as the phone. In like, they found... This might be a hot take. I don't know. And maybe this isn't something that we should talk about before the Q&A. But, like, it's kind of scummy to think that you have a downtrodden person, right? You have somebody who does not exercise good judgment. And you're like, here's a device that can text to the outside world, but we're going to charge you crazy amounts of money to be able to do that. Like, if you want access to your tablet and to be able to do things on your tablet, you need to have someone on the outside farming money to bring in so that you can pay. Because you think, all right, let me be really clear about how this monetary system works, because I know a lot of people think that every prison system profits. This money in my state specifically does not go to the prison. The money goes to a vendor outside, and the vendor offers and maintains that service. The court comes in and says, you have to provide them with a TV, and they have to be able to watch that TV. The court says that they are entitled to a minimum of 1 hour of activity time. That activity time must include the following activities. And so what the state does, the state of Vermont, where I'm from, what they do is they then contract somebody on the outside to come in and perform and maintain whatever that service is. And that service is usually the lowest bidder, meaning the skeeziest, the slimiest, the like most like tiny little itty bitty print that you can't read or understand. Dude, it's so freaking crazy. It's so crazy. I don't agree with that stuff at all. Like, I'm okay. Like, I certainly understand, like, people need to do their time, and people need to, like, people who don't, shouldn't be out and about, get it, understand it. I do have a problem with, like, taking advantage of that populace. I think that's very dangerous practice, and certainly doesn't help us in any way, shape, or form as like a community or a population. Yeah, Q&A soon. Listen. So no news on Castle in game tonight. So here's what we're gonna do. All right. So I do want, like, we're gonna be we are gonna have the Q&A. It's gonna be a shortened Q&A, and we're probably going to have to avoid a lot of the joke questions. So I love you guys. If you have real in-game questions, if you guys are dealing with bugs or you're dealing with other issues, or you have a question about how something should affect or should or does work, we'll prioritize those questions over the joke questions tonight. Because again, Daybreak responded. There's a bunch of new documents out there. We're not going to talk about them. Like, don't worry about that stuff. The big piece of this is their court hearing is on Tuesday next week. And so we're not going to want to like reference that. We're not going to want to talk about that. We're not going to want to ask questions about any of that. We're not going to want to embark on that adventure at all. And so what I would ask from you guys is please be understanding that this is very serious, and that while it's fun to joke and while it's fun to have fun, people's lives and their livelihoods are at stake, and that we should be respectful of the weight that that brings. And they have a lot to do between today and Tuesday, and that's one of the reasons, like, I was like, hey man, like, listen, we'll shut the Q&A down, like, don't worry about it. But they want to be here, and they want to connect with you people, and they want to be that, like, they're very forward facing when it comes to pretty much everything. So just be aware. But I want a corgi pet. Just got here. How's the new tune? Lumpy, it's a lot of fun. We got to 39 so far. I don't know how much further we're gonna get, but it's pretty fun. It's really great. We probably could have leveled a little faster, but I wanted to like jerk around and do some weird stuff and test some stuff out. Just because I'm curious how it would behave. I think they also get a little break coming here. Yeah, that is part of it, Zanarnar. That is definitely part of it. And that's one of the reasons that we typically do have fun and we joke around, and I love like pulling on the joke questions. But this particular moment, this particular situation is going to require some important restraint on our part. You know what I mean? Like, damn. And I had an entire line asking about bacon and what they have with it. Yeah. So we just want to be respectful. The jail and the courthouse were so old, they predated electricity. Part of the jail was carved into rock, like you say. Any expenditure was taxpayer dollar, so it was all very frugal. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a whole nother thing. There's a lot of taxpayers and stuff don't want to put money into it. Restraint. Well, I guess I'll shut up. Category. I'll restrain you anytime you want, baby. Okay. How's that? Getting a Corgi polymorph wand for my pet on Discord wasn't a joke, by the way. No, I know. They actually didn't take it as a joke. I don't know if did you listen to the Q&A? Because they actually said like that's something that they would consider doing. Like they have considered doing that stuff previously. What's this tune? It's a Ranger Warrior Beast Lord. Very weird. It's a weird one. But he's cool. It's a lot of fun. She, whatever. It, thing, guy, person, job. We're hopefully gonna level this guy up, and we're gonna do Zeb. And then we're gonna do a build guide on it, which will be pretty cool. I'm excited. I think it's been kind of fun to play a build that I don't normally play. Like a play style that I don't normally play. And our pet over here has a Coral Hilted Tulwar, so when it goes off and he aggroes literally everything. Oh, I missed it. I was traveling. Oh, no, you're good. Hey, listen, you know, it's out there. About to start a Ranger Warrior Bard. Haven't done a Ranger build yet either. I've done a Ranger build, but he turned out to be not so great after, like, they literally changed a couple things, like, right after I made it, and I didn't really get to see it as strong as it could have been in its heyday. It's easy to shut the fuck up. Less lot coming from me, but it's Q&A. What will be the Qs? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys have questions about the games and the game and whatnot, then that's great. That's fine. But if not, then let's just try to keep it let's try. Listen, I've said this a lot in my stream. I said this kind of in my video a little bit. If you guys haven't been paying attention, they are literally using your words and the things that you say to, like, tear people up. Like, whether it was your intention or not, and in some cases they're even misrepresenting what people have said. So just be aware that these things are out there, they're happening, and when you say something, there's a possibility that it gets used and taken out of context. So yeah, exactly. Don't engage in the nonsense because it doesn't help anybody. In fact, it hurts typically more than it helps. If you had to focus on Druid dot caster combo, what would you go with to be meta synergy or just fun to you? I think I would go with a melee class and a necro and a druid. I really actually thoroughly enjoyed the Shadow Knight necro druid. I actually leveled it onto off stream. That is one of the characters that I've actually played off stream recently. After he died in the Plane of Sky, I went and I geared him out and I played him. I got him up to level 54. Yeah, Mick Pickle. Yep, that's right. That's right. The pickle, the big pickle boy. Really good. It's actually a really fun class. There's a lot of dots in it. There's a lot of synergy in it. It's a lot of fun. It's a really, really good one. This is my point, and I get it. Oh boy, do I know intellectual property court. But if you ask about game or changes, that is also ammo. Well, yeah, that's why you can ask about the game. You just can't ask about changes. You know, the answer to changes. We had somebody last week really trying hard to bait them. And that's what you guys don't see a lot of that stuff, but there's some folks that try really hard to screw around inadvertently. Fortunately, we try to stay on top of it, but.
Ooh, hello.
The Cal74, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate you. I had a Warneck Sham, and it just feels meh. Warneck Sham, even though it's Broken's favorite. Yeah. I mean, it comes down to playstyle. It all depends on what you want to do. Like, if you want to burn something really quickly, that build is not that build. But I made that build originally. That was my first character on the server, and I made that character thinking that I wanted to be able to tank anything, and while I was tanking anything, I just wanted to roll dots on it. And it turned out to be a little more than that, because it actually does boss damage with the current heroic strength stuff. Can I change my first name in THJ? If so, how? Relogins, you can pay, I think it's 25,000 plat to an NPC in the bazaar. If you're there's the build that Talon, or the building that Talon is in, or that Brad is in. If you're on the bank side of that building, which I think is the south side, if you're on the south side of that building, you're facing the building. There's an Ixar here. There's a Velius dwarf here. Around that corner on that side is a little body transmognifier guy. And if you hail that person, he's got all kinds of options to change that stuff. Yeah, the polymorphous. Yep. Yep. It'll cost you a little bit of bank. Little bit of money. Little bit of money. I believe it's 25k. My fifth class right now is Paladin Ranger Shadow Knight, but it's far from meta, but great at farming. Shrug. Yeah. Hey, dude, this is the thing, and this is one of the things. We've been messing around with a lot of non-meta builds lately, and it comes down to your play style. It comes down to what you like. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but can it kill a Zeb, or can it do a handstand in a pool with a drink like held between its toes? I don't know. Can it? But at the end of the day, like, what's your goal? Like, what do you want to do with it? Whenever anybody asks me, is this build good? Well, it could be good. What do you want to do with it? Like, what's your plans? You know, is every build in the game going to be able to do hard mode Zeb? No, it's not. And that's because hard mode Zeb was not designed to be done by any character in the game. That doesn't mean the build is bad. It just means, you know, if you don't play a build specifically for that purpose, then odds are you probably won't be able to do it. Dear Lord, I need clockwork grease. Ghoulish behavior. I could help you with that. There are things you could do for grease. 560 possible character builds. What is meta? Meta, you have to look at the definition of the word meta, which says any build that people believe is a top tier strong build. There could be 11 bajillion classes in the game. There'll always be a meta. It's with meta as a mindset, not a definitive thing. Broken offering to grease pie people. You don't feel super squishy with Shaman Nectru? Dude, you shouldn't, because the Shaman basically has, like, slow, like, uber freaking slow. Shaman is really good. I know a lot of people don't necessarily like them, and that's okay, but, like, Shaman is really good. It's not Druid good, but it's really, really good. That slow is insanely strong. They have really good heal over time. They have the 100 hands effect, so they can technically replace, like, a healer. They can replace a monk in a build. Like, there's a lot that they can do. The only difference is if you replace a monk in a build, you also need to find some type of skip. Because, you know, skips are so good. I will say, I struggle with builds that don't have access to skips. Though you did spoil me with this mace. Yeah. Hell yeah. The one meta is Petcuck. I don't actually think Petcuck is really meta anymore. I'd be curious. Salrog, if you're still around. I think a lot of the bigger minds in THJ would probably tell you Petcuck is not even, like, it's not even top tier. No, I read it. I read it. I'm just telling other people who are reading it, who think that who don't know you and think you're a serious boy. Ooh, another pearl necklace. Today's gonna be a wonderful day for Variety Void. I think that's like 6. You don't have to worry about that either. Shogun, if you delete that character, if you do whatever, I don't give it. Like, I didn't give it to you because I wanted to dictate what you were doing with it. If you liked it, great. If you didn't like it, great. Whatever. It's on you. Speaking of Pearl, check your Discord, Broken. Okay. Checking Discord. Is it in the subscriber section? Ew, no, it's so bad nowadays. Uh-oh. People sad about. Oh. Oh, Beast. Dude, hold on. Let me respond to that. Hold up. Give me a second. I do have... I would like to raise you. I would like to raise you. Where was your comment? Where did you put that? Did you just put that in regular general? Oh, buddy, you gotta put that in the hero's journey. Yeah, you gotta put that in the hero's journey. But here, we can hit them together, okay? Do you see that? We can hit them together. Shh, don't tell anyone. Shh. So in your opinion, the most meta build for killing Zeb? There's you guys selling these is how he keeps buying Zeb weapons, probably, yeah. So in my opinion, what's probably the most so here's the problem is I don't really pay attention to a lot of the meta stuff, but I think out of the classes that they list, hold on, because we have a whole like build meta list. So I'm gonna post this for you guys all to see. You guys can see these are all the builds that people recommend you use to kill Zeb. This isn't a tier list. This isn't my experience. This isn't my knowledge. This is knowledge that I gathered from talking to a lot of different people. And there you go. That's all the builds that people recommend you use for killing Zeb. Well, 700k to a dude that lost his mom last night that I play. Oh, dude. Oh, beast, dude. Fuck, dude. That sucks. That's tough, man. That's really tough. He was a nice dude on... Oh, dude. Helped me a lot. Least I could do. That's admirable, sir. All right. Oh, God. Dude, I need Knowledge of the Arcane next. That's what I'm getting next. These fizzles are freaking jacking me. Hell, maybe I'll put points in healing A's. I feel like that's all I'm doing. Casting heal on my bonkers little pet. Ooh, we need to like. All right, after I kill this group, we gotta switch things over. And I apologize. I feel like I'm not happy with the picture we got for Q&A this week. I know, very important things to be worried about. Very important things to be worried about, but it's not up to my my liking. But I legitimately like just didn't have time. I wasn't expecting to do the Q&A 3 weeks in a row, 4 weeks in a row. And so next week we will definitely have a good one up, but this week I wasn't expecting to do it. And I think it's Mastery of the Past for Fizzles. Yeah. That's totally what it is. Questions open. We could open them. You want to open them? We could do it. We could open them now. Give me 1 sec. Q&A. Go. You're good. Go ahead. Questions open. Shoot. Again, no questions about lawsuits. No questions about changing the game. Please. And I'd like to keep the jokes to a minimum. Inlaid. Ooh, little enchanty boy. So no questions. Wow, bro. Listen, we're just trying to be respectful, okay? There's a lot going on. Ooh, Golem tier ring. Hell yeah. Like real talk. It's gonna be a shorter Q&A. They have a lot going on. They got a lot to do, a lot of stuff to take care of. And so we want to be respectful of their time. We want to be respectful of their situation. So we're going to do that because we're nice boys and girls. Oh my God. Look at how quickly I can freaking delete Hurricane's jokes. So fast. So furious. It's kind of... Oh, it doesn't... Wait. Why is it not... What the fuck? There we go. Since page mets get biggest pet bag at level 50, would it break anything if they started with an 8-slot pet bag? Also 15-slot beast pet bags when? Jesus Christ. Is there a serious way we can get more bunny procs? I love playing with it on new character. Yeah, it's good. Good. Yeah, but it could be better. It could be better. It's one that I'm actually using for my Discord, but okay. In response to your past 10K vet AA. What? I don't have a problem. Malik, I think Malik gave up at like 60,000 veteran AA. Pretty sure it was something like that. Hang on, I gotta set all this nonsense up. I'm sure they're already over in the Discord. Like, where the hell is this guy? Why isn't he doing the things he's supposed to be doing? There we go. We're in the channel now. Not a question. I just want to say on behalf of the KY bunch, we think. Oh, nice. Cybergun, what's going on, baby? All right, we also need to go through. God damn, we got to change our titles everywhere too. Q&A with the devs. Save. Okay. There we go. Little title change there. Little title change over here. Q&A with the devs. Q&A with the devs. Boop, boop. Done. Donezo. Got it. All right. What have you been doing, mister? All kinds of things. Is Pug really a dog? Cronenberg, you're fired. Of course a pug is a dog. Don't you start with me. Pugs are the best dogs. They're great. Oh, who's this guy?
Oh, hello there.
I swear to God, these boys are trolls today. Watch them. They're freaking living under bridges and shit.
As they do.
All right, you're coming through Discord nicely today. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Let's see. We need to shrink this down. We need to switch this over. And that is all good. We've got our questions up. Okay. Dude, I'm a hot mess today. I got to tell you, I've been getting so busy lately. It's crazy.
I love that for you, dude.
Oh, I love it and I freaking hate it at the same time. It's amazing, but it's like, wow. All these things that I was like, oh, I'll have time to do. I don't have time.
I'm looking forward to not having things to do. I just want peace for honestly, 3 days. Like day one is just, I'm going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Day two, I'm going to eat. And then day three, I'm just going to watch anime.
Oh, hell yeah. Did you see there's a new solo? I know you were talking about liking solo leveling. Did you see there's going to be a new game that's going to be like that Hades game that's solo leveling?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I watched a trailer for it yesterday, I think, while I was working on stuff.
Ooh. Yeah, Kaiju number 8. I've been watching that simulcast. This round of simulcasts is kind of weak. I've tried a bunch of stuff out and it's a little rough.
Yeah, there's going to be a new game for solo leveling. It's like it looks almost exactly like Hades if you played that game, like the sort of roguelite ARPG kind of thing. Yeah, crazy. I have been prepping them all day. Been telling them that this is going to be a little shortened Q&A. A lot of things going on. So
cool.
They are aware. That.
Appreciate that.
Oh, we got no Kata. I know Vivi said he might try and get in there, but he said it was unlikely because of, he'd have to log in on his phone. So I don't see him. I'm guessing that's not really a thing. And we have, let's see, what do we got here? We've got 24 minutes until the first commercial. So if you would like to say a piece before we get into it, or we can just get into it, or however you want to do it, baby.
Yeah, nothing really specific to say other than just, we love you guys. We're doing the thing. Everyone knows that the 12th is a big day, and we appreciate all the well wishes. We appreciate all the support. We love you guys, and it's been quite a ride. So yeah, there's nothing a whole lot to say other than just sharing some love, answering some questions, and hoping all of you had a great week. I was going to say a better week than me, but I feel like that's setting the bar a little low. And I want more for you guys. I want you to not just have a better week than I have. I want you to have a great week.
Well, I want to say on behalf of the DGens in this chat right now that we appreciate you, all that you've done, and obviously best wishes on fruits that are coming to be, and that we know that you're going through a lot and that it's very difficult. It's a very difficult time, and that we appreciate all of the aporia that your wife and your kid and Kata's family and we appreciate all they've done, all you've done to put forth on this and work on this stuff. So it's really meant a lot, and we hope that it obviously turns out the best possible case that it can.
I genuinely appreciate that. Truly, I really, really appreciate that. It's funny you say, like, you talk about family, and like my boy has been into golfing, and just before this, and he always asks, like when you have kids, they always ask things at the most inopportune times, and I'm like, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, I still got stuff that I got to finish. I was like, I want to be on for the stream. I want people to know that we're here and we're doing all the things, and like 15 minutes ago, he's like, Dad, can we go hit some golf balls? And I'm like, I was like, I got like 15 minutes, like run, let's go. And we did, and he did great. He's getting good. Well, he's getting better. I'm impressed with the amount of effort that he is putting in.
That's awesome. Has he taken a real interest in golfing and whatnot?
Yeah, so he's got a great relationship with his grandpa, my dad, and my dad loves golfing, always has. I did not have a knack for it. I did baseball, I did basketball, I did bowling, but golf, boy, the repetitive motion necessary to be good at golf, I just couldn't do it. And it's funny now that my boy's taking a liking to it, all of a sudden I can hit golf balls. Like I've never been able to hit golf balls, and all of a sudden it's a thing now. Like that's a thing I can do. So, hey,
that's freaking awesome. All right, well, we can jump right into it here. Obi Bon Jovi wants to know, hello THJ team. I was wondering, since mage pets get the biggest pet bag at level 50, would it break anything if they started with an 8-slot pet bag? Also, 15-slot beast pet bags when? I know you guys have been asked this a few times.
So there's something about the feeling of progression, and there's also something about not having the best everything right away. It probably wouldn't necessarily break anything, but I feel like the progression for mages feels really good. Like you can actually pick just mage, and with pet bag, it just feels really good leveling up even as it is. The beast pet bag thing, I'm not completely opposed to that. it's just it's that would be one of those things, right, where it's like, okay, Beast is lagging behind. What do we do to make them a little more flavorful, a little more fun? I could see that being a thing. But currently, at the moment, pretty happy where things are, but just know that definitely open to that.
There you go. Darksider 2008 says, is there a serious way we can get more bunny procs? I love playing with it on new characters. It's a fun in-game mechanic. So can we get more? Please.
Oh, well, since you asked so nicely, you know what's really funny about that? So those types of items, I think, were just such a cool thing that we did, right? Like, so the decision to keep the event server-wide buffs available after the event was over via rewards is just such a cool thing. Like we've had many discussions, right? Like what is after the hero's journey, if there is something after the hero's journey, and we've expressed before, our own desire to create, and it's just that's something that I'd love to like continue on, right? Like there's a lot of things that we've done, that we've learned from, that we've loved, that just like it has to continue into something else. And I think having event rewards perpetuate some of the event specific things like is just so cool. I am also very like, I'm surprised that there aren't more people that like, I'm surprised we don't see like this like conglomerate of like, oh, I got one and I got one and I got one, and like we're running around with event buffs from the last 4 events like at all times. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Poison buff, the bunnies, XP buffs. I don't know. It is kind of cool. It's very flavorful. It also adds like, I'm a very community-based guy, and one of the things that I love is that, you have a handful of people running around with some of these items, and you notice, oh, it's this guy who's always clicking on his bunny horn, or, this guy who's always clicking on his Arolsi neck. It's definitely very, it creates a fun kind of community and makes it so that those people who are like really pushing hard for content are almost doing so to benefit the community in a big way. It's kind of cool. I really like that mechanism.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the motivating factor behind server-wide buffs to begin with. I love people feel good when they get to do good things for other people. And when you get to do something for yourself and it also benefits other people, like it's just a win-win. You know what I mean? Like it's just a win-win, and it just feels so good.
Yeah, totally. Would agree. Let's see. This is not a question. I just want to say, on behalf of the KY bunch, we thank you, Aporia, Kata, and team for the amazing journey you have provided for us. Regardless of the outcome, I know we support you and love you guys. P.S. I swear Kata is getting a huge hug if I ever get to meet him IRL, because he deserves it. Obeast44.
He does deserve it. He really does. In fact, this is me publicly encouraging anyone that ever encounters Kata to just give him a real big hug. Real big hug. Actually, make sure he knows you're there and has acknowledged your presence first, like a wild animal. Don't just hug him, because that might end poorly for everyone involved.
Right. Oh man, when we were doing the static groups, remember when we used to compliment him and he would just lock right up? Oh, dude.
It was incredible how you coded that. Okay.
Yeah. Cat, I love you. Oh. Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of that. Okay, we've got a specific convection castle. All you guys Driznar, is the proc from Hasten Fragment from Subaru supposed to only land on pets? Mine is on a pet weapon and was under the impression it should be group wide, but does not show up in my songs window when on my pet's weapon. Thanks.
So I can tell you from a design perspective that it should be affecting the group. That's interesting. I wonder if there are other group procs that are only affecting pets if procced by a pet.
I did not personally test this, but I did have someone send me a message asking me if it was another group buff. It was one, I think it might have been one of the bard weapons or something that's supposed to proc like a group buff. And they said that when they wielded it, it procced it, but when they put it on their pet, it was not procking it at all.
Oh, that's because it's a self-only buff. It's not a group-wide buff. That would be why.
There you go. Yeah. Boom. I'm gonna let this one through because well, it specifically deals with a very important breed. Cronenberg wants to know, is a pug really a dog?
Oh no. Insert Sydney Sweeney good genes ad.
Oh God. All right. And moving on. And moving on. Okay. Old Man Jefferson says, why do some zones, Sanctus Saru and Plane of Time B, dispel levitate effects and others, PO Air and PO Time A, just suppress the effects but leave the buffs? Thanks for all you do.
I couldn't hear the question.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
That was so timely. And relating it to pugs? Oh, come on. That was so good. It's okay. Why do some... Oh, no. I backed out of it.
Now, you know what you just did to my YouTube video of this? Oh,
I'm
man.
so sorry.
The comments, the downvotes.
I'm so sorry. All right. Why do some zones, Sanctus Saru and PO Time B, dispel levitate effects, and others, PO Air and PO Time A, just suppress the effects but leave the buffs? Huh.
It's probably for the same reason that you have different modifiers on different bosses.
Yeah, probably. I'm totally okay though with just making those suppress instead. Like that's actually, we should probably standardize the way that stuff works. So
Yep.
I'm all about that. Oh, and you're welcome. Old Man Jefferson.
It's our big dog, the nar. We can't make fun of Raina. She's sick, so we're laying off that. So just putting that out there, guys. Since the moss is now only growing on the correct side of rocks, I guess all that's left to say is thank you so much, and try to get on that kitty warder butt sniffing thing.
You know, only the highest quality of questions from Zanarnar, Narnar, and I appreciate that deeply. Thank you.
Ramulak45 says, thank you for everything.
Oh, you're welcome, Rem. Appreciate you guys.
No.
Oh yeah, did we ever get that soundboard?
I cannot confirm that there may or may not be some very inappropriate soundboards being used in Discord. Let's just say she's not the only one who said some pretty goofy stuff online, and maybe those comments are being used against people. I don't know. That sounds like a really weird thing. We've had this asked quite a few times. Can AUG drop rate be upped or looked at? Tax gaming.
Yeah, so Og drop rate in general. Okay, no, not in general. There are some Ogs that could probably have their drop rate increased. But we need to actually sit down and look at that. Like I would say, okay, so we're gonna spitball the actual execution of this, right? So community, what Ogs feel like they have a good or reasonable drop rate right now?
Ooh.
What would that be? Because I feel like, yeah, I feel like the Diaku ones feel good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've personally farmed a good amount, and it feels good. Like once you know what drops them, and you're able to, just crush, they feel pretty good. So I would say we use those as a baseline. We average what that drop percent is, and then we look at the other Ogs and see what needs to happen. And I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that.
Yeah. Just a heads up too. Natix is actually worse than you think it is. It's just the fact that there's so many mobs in Natix that can drop those Ogs that it seems like they drop at a higher rate than they actually do. You can go back in the day, we used to go days without seeing some of those, but yeah, that's definitely been improved. But yeah,
it's a tricky thing, isn't it? Like, because but those feel so great when you get them,
right?
But it feels so awful when you don't. It's such an interesting thing. Like there's like a sweet spot where like it doesn't happen so often, but just often enough.
We got into this discussion actually during the stream today because it's one of those like age old battles, right? Like finding the sweet spot, because we had some people who were commenting about how easy the whole Zeb thing is and how that basically destroys the game because now it's not even chase content. It's not that good. And then I'm like, bro, do you remember the first 3 weeks when Zeb came out? Like everybody, pitchforks, torches, were marching forward to the castle to burn it to the ground because too hard, not like too much. And now people are upset that like the gear and the drops are too accessible. And it's one of those things where if you have content that's in the game for too long of a period of time, then obviously the source is going to be farmed plenty, and thus the items will also be plentiful. And so it makes them more available just by the nature of the fact that it's been around for as long as it has. But also, allowing more people to engage with the content is not a bad thing. Like it's not a terrible thing. And trying to find the middle ground of having enough in there so that you're not screwing over the economy, but also because the server does a really good job at like maintaining the economy really well. But some people feel, this should be harder and it should be harder to get these things, and Plane of Time gear and Quorum gear and Zeb gear should specifically be like gated behind expansions.
Right.
What do you think about that?
What do you think about that?
So, okay, you said a lot. So off the top, there are a couple things like right away. So like going back to the original Og conversation, there are definitely some Ogs from different places earlier on that could have a better drop rate that would have given people an alternate method of power and also an alternate thing to do during those expansions. I think we can look at that. I think when it comes to content balancing and when something gets released versus where we land on and then how it's farmed over time, I think we're starting to feel things with Zeb because we were not allowed to continue forward with updates. I think that in the last 2 months, there would have been definitely something that people's focus would have shifted to. But that being said, I don't think there's anything wrong with content being attainable. I think it's just making sure that new things are available to those who have defeated that content within a reasonable amount of time. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. And we talked about what a lot of those would be. Right. And so I feel like play modes adds a ton to the loop, and then also Dungeon Finder would added tons to the loop. And it's yeah. I mean, I think like in general we had a pretty good cadence, right? Like some might say maybe it was even a little too quick. But as time goes on and that content remains cap content, the only thing that really keeps it fresh is making new characters, which is really what play modes was kind of, looking to reinforce.
Yeah, it's a learning process too, right? You don't know until you've like pressed that limit and found where that edge is, right?
Yeah, and I feel like we did that. Like I feel like right before all of this happened, we were basically pushing the limit of how much can we get out in a certain period of time.
It was crazy.
But it was close, right? Like I feel we probably could have had 1 week additional in between most big patches, and that would have made it easier on us and also a little more digestible for everyone. So I mean, we learned a lot,
Oh yeah,
learned a lot. Yeah.
I said it at the last Q&A, and I'll say it again, man. You guys matured a lot. Like you can tell from again, my experience started November 1st, but like it from there to today, or 2 months ago, whatever the case may be, like the amount of the way that you guys look at things, the way you guys address issues, the way that you present the changes and discuss and talk through them, I think has changed pretty substantially for the better.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, that's kind of like a informing core belief, like just in my life in general, right? Is like I consider myself a lifelong learner, and if you stop learning, you stop growing, right? Like if you're not open to learn from your mistakes and your successes, like you miss out so much on life. And I just feel like in general, like we've really tried to instill that just for everyone that we have, whether the community members, volunteers, core members, like I feel like that's the way to live,
Yeah. Yep. They're stuck in ads.
Oh, ads. Oh, let's look at some ads. Look at some ads. They're making me hungry.
Bro.
Wait, why am I seeing ads?
Apparently you're not subbed to me anymore. Jesus Christ. Wow, we can't have nice things. But it's funny. One of the ads I got the other day, I was watching somebody stream, and I got like a women's feminine odor in an airplane ad. It's really strange. I was like, wow. I don't know what is being looked at, like, or what like algorithm I got attached to, but what the hell is going on?
That's amazing. I've given in. Like there was a point in time where I was like, no, you can't have my data. I don't want you knowing what websites I go to. And then at some point I was like, I just want to know like the best garden hose nozzle to buy, like without having to look it up. So take all my data. Tell me what I want.
Just say it really close to your Apple phone, and I guarantee the next time you open it up, it'll be like, oh, look, you wanted a hose nozzle. Great. Here it is.
Oh, I do. We do all the time. It became, at first it was a joke, and then it just became a thing. Like I can't wait to see the solutions to all my questions in ad form.
Right. Yeah. My wife and I, we talked about a Jaguar car, and like specifically like talked about it around the phone for like 5 minutes. And literally the next time we like pulled it up, you know how they have the like little ads right down the right hand side of a bunch of websites? Jaguar ad, Jaguar ad, Jaguar. I was like, what the hell?
We had a very similar experience with Range Rovers, only I was kind of making fun of an ad that I saw. And then it just like it kept playing to me, and I'm trying to like I'm talking to my phone like, listen, I'm in the wrong tax bracket for this ad. I was like, you need to give me the other ads, right? Like not this.
Yeah.
Like this isn't it.
True dat. True dat. All right, here. All right, we got 3 seconds left on these ads. There we go. Just popped out of them. Let's see.
Broken HR department. I like that.
Yeah, baby. It's the only HR that we'll ever get here. That's for damn sure. Old Man Raybook again. Could there be another source for Sarubane Oggs to drop from so people can start to kill Saru instead of Umbral Plains farming to pay for the stupid high price for Bane damage?
We're not talking about Sarubane weapons. We're talking about Sarubane Oggs.
So
we're saying that we think Sarubane Oggs are necessary to kill Saru?
So yes, well, if you're not a pet build, right, or a casting build, if you're a melee build essentially, then you would not be able to do damage to Saru unless you either A, have a Yttrium weapon, or B, have Yttrium augments, which drop off Saru himself.
Right. And I'm pretty sure, so don't Sarubane Oggs, I mean, they can drop off of 0, 1, and 2, right?
Off from 0, 1,
and I'm pretty sure I know, because I know people were killing 2 out of 4 with just Yttrium weapons. So
yeah, the problem is the
feels a little
Yttrium.
silly for Sarubane Oggs to drop from Saru. Yeah, so in my defense, I didn't see that as a necessary prerequisite to killing Saru. But if that's widely how it's being seen, does it really? Yeah, no, they do. Yeah, the base and enchanted have Sarubane on them. Huh. Well, I mean, I'm definitely willing to look into that.
The Bane amount isn't even the question. So if you have 1 point of Sarubane on your weapon, then the entirety of the damage will land on Saru, right? So if it's a higher Bane amount, then you're doing additional damage to specifically Saru. But if you have 0 Bane amount, then you are doing 0 damage to Saru at all. So if you're a melee build, you either have to buy a crafted item, a Yttrium weapon, to even engage with Saru, or you have to buy the Aug. And so at the current era that the game is in, basically that results in one of two things. Either you farm a ton of money to buy the weapon, or you farm a ton of money to buy the Aug. And that's the only way that you can get to fight him, other than creating a build that specifically fights him without needing Augs.
So maybe I think I from what I haven't looked recently, but I think the base Augs are relatively available, and people just don't know that just by having the base one, you basically get everything you need.
The base Augs are like, I think they're like 20K.
Are they now? Okay.
Yeah. Every tier of the Yttrium and the Saru Augs, the Saru Bane Augs, are very, very expensive.
So then to confirm, in order to get those Augs, you have to kill 1 out of 4 Saru or higher.
Correct.
Yeah, I would be okay. Let's talk about that. Convection, let's offline that conversation. Maybe his guards can drop base. No, I don't know. But we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But I hear you, old man Rybook. I hear you.
You could even do some, not to like, I know you said stop, but you could even do something like really simplistic, like a simple like 1 point thing off from Emperor or something like that. You know what I mean? It would add another opportunity. But yeah, for the future. Nope. Nope. Clay Pigeon says, love THJ since the end of beta. It has renewed my love for EQ. Some items used in trade skill recipes are dreadful to farm. Two specifically are Sacred Water, and then it gets cut off. But Sacred Water is a nightmare to get. Maybe Clockwork Grease? We have heard about those Clockwork Grease people.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't know how to respond to this. And I usually have pretty good responses. I think that it got cut off kind of threw my thinking out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
In general, if something is awful to farm, I want to look at it and I want to see if there are any like artificial reasons for that being the case or unintended reasons. And then figure that out.
It's a Sacred Water is specifically an item for making the Signet of Might and Signet of the Arcane. So it's like a pretty high chase item.
I don't necessarily think chase items are bad either. That's what's tough about this, right? It's like one of those things like we want things to be within grasp, but, you know, not too easy.
Yep. Yeah, there's a balance there for sure. You want this one that you I feel like this one's been answered a lot.
No.
Oh, would you prefer me to hit one of these ones? Voidless seems like he's a spicy boy tonight.
What?
Look at
Voidless, why are you asking questions here?
Did you read these?
What are the I don't know. What are the answers? What why are you asking? Yeah, put it up there. No, let's do this. Let's why aren't you? Oh man. Are you drinking?
Voidless 221 says, what are the odds we could either move the waypoint in Western Wastes from directly next to TOV to the sucker point of the zone or add another waypoint for DN? Can I present? Can I be Kata just for a split?
Months, this is the first time that this has been asked. So I would say odds 90-1. That's what you asked for. You wanted odds.
I was just gonna say that you will move the waypoint to DN when the DN XP nerf goes out. Right?
Right.
Did I do Kata right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, exactly. Morning Coffee's got it. If Kata were here, he would just remove the WW waypoint for Void's account.
Shuck it, Trebek. Let's see here. Another Voidless question for you. Because we're having fun now, aren't we? Are there ever plans of adding another campfire and or more NPCs to it to the bazaar? Zero reason for asking besides curiosity. LMAO.
Real quick. Does Voidless not have a spot by the campfire? Is that what this is? I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Well, that should be rectified. You know, the campfire, we actually had plans for the campfire that just never came to fruition. But I'll say this. I will say this out loud. Void, you deserve a spot by the campfire. So write that down. There are lots of people. That deserve a spot by the campfire. We may just need to have a zone called the campfire.
No, what you do is you put a campfire, put one in like Plane of Knowledge, put one in EC Tunnel, and then just put different groups of people around each one.
Yeah, I like that. Oh,
Like you have
that's a good
hubs.
idea. There should probably be one in EC Tunnel.
Yeah, and you could do like hubs.
I like that. I like that.
All right. I'm gonna get Twisted Trickster canceled by the entire community. Oh baby, this one's really gonna go. Okay, so is the Beast level 8 pet with Symbol of Ancient Summoning should be so OP? And why not make Fleeting Quiver when put in a bag slot and no drop? So, I don't know if this has been brought to your attention, but
so listen, we're gonna have a little time. So I have it on good authority that Kata does not sit down to listen to these. Okay. Like rarely. So the fact that you brought this up when Kata wasn't here, and the fact that he probably won't listen to it, and I'm gonna explicitly ask, don't write this down. Don't write this down. Trickster, I'm doing this for you and your benefit so that you don't get your inbox filled. Absolutely flooded. I don't know what it means by the Fleeting Quiver thing.
They were joking. He's joking. We were talking earlier about how the Fleeting Quiver is still very expensive. It's also very hard to craft, so they're still very expensive. And
we never got to do the Quiver update.
Yeah. We're trying. Stream and Chef says, with maxed out stun immunity AAs, I still get stunned quite often. Is there a reason why it cannot be a complete stun immunity versus just from melee sources?
Oh, I understand. So, I mean, technically, yes, it could be, but so stun is used as a mechanic to make certain fights more difficult, like explicitly, and giving something that completely negates that would be kind of not what we want.
Yeah. No, it's stun. Valor, it's basically there are, I mean, even like Saru and several other mobs have long casted stuns because the AA does not do anything to casted stuns. It only does something to like melee hit stuns.
Yeah, and I agree, Convection. So fear immunity, that's a weird thing, right? Like if it already didn't exist, well, I don't even know if it would really be there in that form. Like I could see it instead of being fear immunity, like it reduces the fear by 90% or something like that. But like, I don't know, completely outmoding something that makes a fight a little more challenging and more difficult. It's kind of rough, but
yeah. It is a little weird in some places where like when dots got decoupled from the server tick, like things like fear started lasting for the entire duration because it no longer checks to see if it should drop.
So what?
Yeah. You guys haven't heard that one yet? So like
No.
if you get feared by a dragon, for instance, right? It got decoupled from the server tick where each tick it would normally check to like it'd do a resist check to see if it drops at that tick or not. And so now what ends up happening is you get feared and it'll go for the full duration of the fear.
No, we don't want that. Or definitely write that down.
Yeah.
That is definitely savage.
Yeah. That's like, it's one of the things like I hate fearless, or I hate not having fearless so much now because I'm like, oh dude, hold on. I got to get up and like go to the bathroom and make a sandwich while I wait for my character to get playable again.
That's
yeah.
We don't like that.
Cronenberg says, could loot be made personal loot or would that break the spaghetti code?
Could loot be made personal loot? So, like, when you kill something, everyone gets their own version of the corpse, so to speak.
That would be my interpretation.
I mean, we could probably make that happen. I'm just not a personal fan of that. I think the solution to that is just solo self-found when it happens.
Let's see. Eldarian, have you ever heard of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Thanks, Eld.
Oh God. Let's see here. Any chance of reviewing Velious armor gem drops rates? Currently, BP leg gems drop way more frequently than minor pieces. I know Velious gear isn't high on people's priority list. No, but I feel like that is a good question given like the possibility of solo self-found and things like that. If people wanted to farm that gear, it's a pretty relevant question.
Yeah, no, that's definitely relevant. I feel like it was supposed to be the other way around, wasn't it? Like BP leg gems should drop less than the other pieces.
Yeah, it would be normally, but because you're out there, like you're able to basically pull all of growth, right? You can get the BP and leg gems really easily because you can just grab the whole zone and burn it down. Whereas like the normal content expectation would be going into growth and you'd have, 40, 60, 70 people in there with you and the gems would get distributed more.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so I mean, in general, yes. Like I look at each piece as something that should be able to be enjoyed individually. So I guess my only concern with them dropping way more than other pieces is if they're on the same loot drop table and are preventing the other ones from dropping, right? Like, because I have to actually look at it. Like, do they drop from separate enemies and you have to farm different enemies, or are they the same enemies and you're just getting more of those so you can't get the other ones? It's weird how loot works.
I like this one. Old Man Raybook again. While I was in time, I accidentally hit the sand in eyes, a ability from Rogue, and it feared TT. Is that normal behavior?
She got eyes, don't she?
Buddy, do it on Quorm. It's hilarious. Do it on Ralos. It's also hilarious.
I want to pretend like I didn't read this.
Don't worry. There's no part of it that's actually really beneficial. So those mobs move really fast already, right? So when you blind them and they run away, they like take off like fast as hell. I will say the only thing that breaks it, and I'm sure people will be upset, but like you can use this AA to like unchain them from their spawn restriction. Like, you know how you guys bound them to like a certain spot, so you didn't want people pulling certain mobs out. Yeah, you can use it to make them fear into places that you don't want them.
I love you guys so much. Oh, what? God. Okay.
That's actually been around for a long time. What I will tell you is I don't believe that it is currently being used for any type of abuse. I don't even know, because the fear lasts so long and it literally restarts every time you auto attack. So if you were to like use it and then decouple them from you'd still have to wait for the AA to like wear off before you could actually do anything about it. So it would end up taking longer just to engage in that gameplay. I don't know if there'd be like a benefit, but I will say it does do that.
Well, for the time being, I don't plan on touching it, but that is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, it is. It's super funny. I did it to Ralos at one point, and he actually ran all the way to Quorm's room and then summoned me to Quorm's room. Yeah, it was a giant pain in my butt. Let's see. The last word says, is there a chance to put a zone pull item minus boss named in the game? Rather it be item purchase from Baz or quested that gives limited charges. This one's been asked a lot.
It has been asked a lot, and it's really interesting. So this falls into the category of, it sounds cool when you're thinking about what you could potentially do with it, but it really just, it makes the gameplay loop feel artificial in a way that's not fun. It doesn't feel right. I've played on EMU servers that have those items, and like while it was fun a couple times, it felt, I don't know, it felt wrong after a little while. It kind of took away from it. I don't know. But I hear you, but that one's not going to be going in.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where like it'd be great, but it would just rush even more stuff that can be rushed already. Like it feels kind of weird, but that's my play style and I shouldn't judge on the way other people play, but it just definitely seems like how do I get to the end? Like, how do I hit the end wall faster? You want to do this one and then this one and then, or
end on the top one. Do the bottom one first.
Daemodius says, is there a way in the future to make Simp healing buff to work the same way as Simp Strike? Healing require level and mana requirement. Strike is simply level 1, 10 mana, regardless of level.
So this has come up a number of times, and every time it comes up, Kata's feeling is very strongly that we should be making changes in the opposite direction, meaning that Strike should then have a level and mana requirement instead of removing it from healing. And I agree with him to some degree. We made that change for a number of reasons, because at one point just the simp heal itself is more important than the actual heal you're casting, and in a lot of comps that's still the same. And so what happens is when we remove that level requirement and mana requirement, people just end up spamming the lower level one, and we end up getting hybrids that heal, as well or better in some situations than healers. And so it's a really delicate thing to balance around.
Yeah, it leans on that progression issue we were discussing earlier, where a cleric could get by with casting its level 1 heal as opposed to ever casting anything higher than that.
Yeah.
Which kind of was how it was in Classic originally, if you think about it. Like, you were running a cleric and you were literally casting like your level 1 or level 2 heal most of the time, and clerics had access to a slightly higher level sympathetic healing item just because of the nature of the item where it was placed in the game. But yeah, it was pretty nuts. Glarnock says, Aporia, what was Kata's wildest take that you stopped from happening? Bum, bum, bum.
Let me count the ways. So let's go back to the beginning. Do you know how many times, serious conversations, that we had to have about just deleting bards and just not having them be an option? That was a very serious discussion from design to alpha to beta to actual launch, to this day, the very existence of bards is a fragile thing. But there have been many things, if I'm being honest, like many wild things. And I love it because this is usually what happens, right? Like, so Kata just shoots from the hip with something absolutely bonkers. And then I can't just dismiss it because I love him and I don't want him to feel bad. But then like 30 minutes later, we get to like, I don't like this, but I like parts of this. What can we do with this? And then it turns into something cool. So yeah, I will say that Voidless and Kata are not allowed to be together for too long by themselves.
Oh, Jesus.
That's not a good thing.
I still remember that one day that I hung out with Kata and we ran around, we're leveling together. And it turned into, where can we, what mobs can we go through and adjust and edit and fiddle with? And oh my God, there's this great idea that I had for this gambling. It goes so south so quickly.
Yeah, I've got not for nothing. We have like 50 servers worth of ideas. And every one of them I want to play as a player.
And why is it in Unreal 5?
and tell me why it's in Unreal 5.
Yeah. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. This is why Caliphos and Glarnock can't have nice things.
What?
Do you see these guys?
Yeah, I see them. When Voidless, it's me, I'm Parts.
Oh, God.
Oh, man. Voidless is something tonight.
Spicy. I don't know. He had some special drink tonight. Yeah. All right. Well, that's all of them, buddy. And it is 9 o'clock, just about.
I love that. Oh, I love that. Very good. Well, listen, again, so sorry for the shortness tonight, but we do have a lot. We have a lot to do. But I wanted to be here. Broken, thank you for being here. Thank you for, opening up your stream to us as always. Friends, family, I just want to say this. Every single message you send gets read. I sincerely appreciate all the love, all the kind words. It just, we're getting there, friends. Thank you for being here.
Oh yeah, baby. We love you. We're hoping the best. And, hopefully some peaceful resolution can be made,
Amen.
Oh yeah, baby. Thanks for being
here. Take care, y'all. Have a great weekend. Stay safe. Be good to each other.
Holy crap, folks. Another great week. I really do appreciate everything. You guys were very chill tonight. I did, like I said before we started, I did have to go through. I was trying to remove a lot more of the joke stuff. Not only in the spirit of timing, but also in the spirit of, these guys, especially Aporia. I think Aporia has literally made every single Q&A. So I do think that these guys taking the time, especially during the times that we're going through now, the times that we are seeing, is really, we got to respect that time. We got to appreciate the time that we have. So I do thank you all. You guys are freaking awesome. You guys are absolute beasts. You hit 40K AAs. Oh my God. You're still almost 20K AAs behind Malik, Glarnock. Why? You need to get better. Do better, Glarnock. Do better. Malik still got you beat, baby. I'm at 54K. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, you guys are absolutely nuts. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's it. Oh no, I mean on one character, dude, Glarnock, he also figured out that fireworks is an amazing thing. And that's all I'm going to say. He also knows that fireworks are a thing. 5 days. I don't think you'll hear a resolution in 5 days, honestly. I don't think they're going to have the court date is in 5 days. Odds are I would suspect it'll be another day or two before you actually things move forward from there or things become openly public. It all depends though. It all depends. If things go really poorly, then you might know that day. And that would suck. That would royally suck. But we will see. We will see what happens. And I am looking for a nerd. Man, there's like literally widowery. Huh. Okay. Well, screw me then. 5 days to get Zeb down. You better get to it, boy. You better get to it. Get her done, baby. All right, let's see. What else we got here? Oh, we got people playing Minecraft. Ooh, actually, here. I'm going to drop you nerds on... Oh, they're playing Cobblemon. Yeah, you guys go check out Cobblemon. Here. You guys can check out some Cobblemon action. Yes, do it. Check out the Cobblemon. It looks cool. I want to play some Cobblemon. Pokemans for days. Pokemans for days. I love you all, guys. You guys are awesome, amazing, beautiful people. I really do appreciate you. You guys rock. Thank you again for all the subs, the follows, everything. Blessings with you all. You guys are the best. Please enjoy Crusader.